Hello. Hi, hi. How are you all doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. I I am sadly not doing too good. Oh, it's no big deal though. It's just like something happened this morning, but it's only a small issue. I'm pretty sure I'll feel better. I'll feel better about it in like a few hours time, right? Maybe she's kind of bummed me out a little bit, but it's fine though. Still, hope you are doing good, right? Although this morning, I'm gonna sneeze. Do I want to sneeze? Maybe not. Anyways, right. Today I have to kind of wake up early, I guess. Yeah, I have to wake up early, and then I have to like go and prepare for. Well, not prepare exactly, but I have to go to the hospital to get my blood taken so that it can get tested and stuff like that. It's like a 3 month thing. Give me a second, actually. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. Okay, I'm back. Right. Anyway, I have to wake up early this morning, and I have to go to the hospital to get my blood taken. It's like a diabetes every 3 month kind of thing, right? So I went there. Another interesting experience, right? Because I don't know if they do this to every other patient, or is it just me, right? Because it's been like the third time, I think. This time I go to the blood, like I try to go, I go to the place where I get my blood taken, and then it's the senior, well, I assume it's a senior nurse anyway, right? She approached me and mentioned, oh, hey, we have two new nurses that's like they need to practice their blood taking skills, techniques and stuff. And then she asked if I'm willing to let them take my blood. It's like, yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that, right? So first is a male nurse who is extremely scared, I see, right? It was a very interesting experience, right? Honestly. So he looked at me and it's like, yeah, I'm ready, right? You can take my blood. And then he nods. I very timidly, right? He nods and then he gets ready for all the needles, all the alcohol swab and the tubes and everything, right? So he was getting prepared. And then, you know, and then he does the normal procedure, it's like tying a rubber glove on top of my bicep, but a little bit lower area. They tie a rubber band there, like very tightly, and then I have to like I have to like hold my fist like tightly, like the usual blood taking procedure, right? So I did just that. I know what I'm doing, right? He looks like he knows what he's doing, and then in he goes trying to take my blood, and then he stabbed me with the needle, right? He stabbed the place that is supposed to have the blood tube, like the shake one, right? The place where they can draw the blood and stuff like that. And then he stabs, and then he pulls the syringe, and then nothing comes out. And then I hear very audible, huh? He goes like, huh? It's kind of funny. Like after he does the huh, and then he tries again, pull the syringe, nothing comes out, and then he wiggles the needle a little bit, goes a little bit deeper, right, and then wiggles a little bit, and then tries to pull again. and still nothing. And then he starts to panic. Like he's visibly panicking. It's like, oh god, please don't panic. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't hurt. It does hurt, but it doesn't hurt a lot. It's fine. And then I have to reassure him, sabar bang, sabar, right? I told him like, it's okay, it's all right. It hurts a little bit, but it's fine. You know, it's okay, right? I'm not I'm not like I'm not being like I'm not trying to kill you or something, right? It's fine. Just chill. Take your time and try to like settle down and take the blood again. And then he wiggles a little bit more. He does a deep breath, wiggles a little bit more the needle, and then still nothing, right? He looks like I feel sad too because he looks visibly disappointed, right? He's like, oh. And then defeated, he took out the needle, and then put in the cotton ball, and then like just put on the masking tape, and then he calls for another trainee, I would say trainee, another new nurse, right, who is also practicing her skills. So this time it's a female nurse, right? And then she seems a little bit more confident, right? And then off to the right hand she goes, right? My right hand this time. Right, first it was my left hand, now it's my right hand. So she very confidently like do the all procedure thing, and then tries to feel my blood, like feel where the blood tubes could be, like when they tie up your hand, and then you hold your fist tightly, and then the blood tube is gonna show on the skin for a little bit, like those like green color, blue color stuff, like well, green color usually, blood tube, right? So she felt it. It's like here, she nods, like here, like sini, all right, okay, feeling good. And then needles prepared, alcohol swab prepared, cotton ball prepared, everything prepared, right? Stab, she stabs, right? Goes in quite deep this time. Goes in, pull, nothing comes out. It's like, huh? Another very audible, very audible, huh? Very confused noise, right? I mean, I'm chunky, but good God, I guess my blood is really hard to get. Right? It's not the first time too, because for the past few times when people are trying to get my blood taken, it's very difficult. Right? Not gonna lie, it's very difficult. Like I don't know why though. It could be because I'm too chunky. I'm not too sure, but still, right? She lets out audible huh, and then she starts panicking again. The second time. And then I was like, oh, it's okay, it's fine, it's fine. And then she starts to panic, like, sakit tak, sakit tak. And like, is it hurt? Does it hurt? And it's like, yeah, sikit lah. Sikit sakit lah, tapi tak banyak lah. It's like it hurts a little bit, but it's fine, I'm okay, right? And then she's like, okay, and then she deep breaths, wiggles the needle a little bit more, right? Stabs a little bit deeper, pull, nothing comes out. Another defeated sigh, and then she took up the needle, and another stab wound, another needle wound that I got for my right hand. And then another time, so the third time, they were both like, "Da boleh lah," right? They're both like, "Cannot." And then in comes the senior, I suppose. That's another senior nurse. First of all, when I look at her, she is heartily pissed when she's being called to take my blood, right? She's mad pissed. like when I say mad pissed, she's like stomping my way. Do you know how scary it is when you see some nurse that's like mad pissed trying to take your blood? You know how scary that is? Shit's scary, man. Right? And then she's so pissed. She's so uninterested in trying to take my blood. But then the two of the new trainees, they were both like unable to take my blood, right? And then she's like, like tangan and the hand, and then I took out my hand, and then she feels it again. It's like, and then she immediately like stabs the needle without any warning. It was rough too, right? It was really rough. Stabs, pull, blood comes out, done, boom, right? She's like that. It was fucking rough though, right? I mean, yeah, clean, but is it clean though? God, my hands are bruised. Like, if I were to take a picture now of my of my hand, like, I am almost 80% certain you guys would know which one is the one that is like being treated roughly. Like, shit, it hurts, man. Like, it really hurts. Even right now, it's mega bruised. Like, holy fuck. I mean, sure, you're on the meals, you're pissed. You don't have to take it out on me. I didn't do shit wrong. Right? Well, then that's a blood taking experience I got this morning. It was very interesting, right? No, those two were like, they apologized to me. It's like, no, it's okay, you know. Like, oh my god, hello, thunder? Oh my god, that was extremely loud. Anyways, right? So yeah, they both apologized to me. I was like, no, it's okay, right? Like, I've been told that I've been told that they're practicing, they're in training, right? It's 100% understandable. So I'm not even mad. Who I'm mad at is the fucking third nurse who fucking obliterates my hand, and it's like, now it's bruised, it hurts. Like, god damn it, man, god damn it, right? So yeah, it was definitely interesting, and I have to wake up early for that too. It's like, it was sad. I got a bruise, but at least I got my blood taken, and then next week is going to be the hospital visit. I am not exactly looking forward to that, as I always do. But that's next week, and I'll leave it for the next week me problem. All right, so it's going to be May 6th. May 6th. Oh, it's on a Wednesday. Cool. Okay. So it's on Wednesday. It's fine. I thought it's going to be on a Thursday because I took blood today, but no, it's Wednesday, so we good, right? So yeah. And then also another thing I want to update. You guys might see on top of me. There's this. You see that on top, the bills again. Right? I know I asked for help earlier as well, right? Last month I asked for help as well, right? I have a reason for this. So 2 days ago, because I realized that my Cellcom data data provider, phone data provider, right, internet provider is extremely terrible, right? It's horrid. The connection doesn't work. Like, I couldn't even load a YouTube video that's like 240p. It's like, what's going on, right? So on that day, I decided to like change. I mean, it wasn't cheap too. It was like 69 ringgit per month, right? So it wasn't exactly cheap. So I decided to port out and then port into another service. I know I shit on Maxis, right? I shit on Maxis Home Fiber, but last month I called them. I went and checked in them. I went to like the like headquarters department, something like that, like their main base of operation. I'm like playing a game now. Anyways, I went to check on like what kind of package Maxis has, like what is the most cheapest package that I can have, right? And then I saw the number 59 per month. And it's like, whoa, what the fuck? That's like 10 ringgit less per month. It's like, shit, right? And then and then the services they give is better than Cellcom, because Cellcom I pay 69 per month. I only got 120 gigabytes, which I cannot even finish it, right? 120 gigabytes monthly data usage. So 120 is a lot, but for 59 ringgit I got 300. It's more. I cannot use it all, but it's fine, right? It's more. So I'm still in the process of porting out, right? But I've been told that I need to pay for a hot bill, is what they're called. I've been told that I am definitely going to pay for hot bill before I can port out from Cellcom. So that's, I don't know. I still don't know how much it's gonna cost, but I feel like it's probably gonna cost a lot. And also, I couldn't really afford any extra funds to be used. I'm sorry, right? So with that, I've been told, right? And then I feel like, oh shit, I don't know how much it's gonna cost, right? I don't know how much it's gonna cost. I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to like port out from Cellcom, and then I get to port into Maxis, right? So I changed the plan. It costs a little bit less, but that extra hot bill, I'm not sure how much, and that's why I'm a little bit panicking. Well, I'm not exactly panicking, but just a little bit of a that kind of feeling, right? So that's why I kind of set up that coffee goal up there. Right, I know 50 is actually a lot, I would say at this point, but I kind of needed to pay the bills and shit, right? So only help if you can, though, right? It's also I want to let people know about the reason why I set up those kind of like the goals on top of me. You see that little thing? I couldn't point, but I'm pointing in real life, right? So yeah, I always want to like tell you guys the reason why I'm putting up those things, so that you guys aren't just like seeing that thing without any explanation, like what am I using the money for, right? Like, at least I feel like you guys deserve to know what's going on, right? If I were to set up a goal and let people help, I feel like they deserve to know, definitely. So yeah, I wanted to be as transparent as possible. Of course, not gonna dox myself and stuff like that. So yeah, that's been the past few days, right? It was interesting, right? Well, another small thing is that one of my friends from Cebu, he decided to visit Miri for a few days until Sunday. So I'm probably gonna like at nighttime go out with them these days. So nighttime I'm probably gonna like be offline most of the time. I'm probably gonna be out most of the time. I'm probably gonna be back at like 10 p.m., 11 p.m., and then I'm probably gonna fall asleep after. Right? So yeah, I mean I do miss him. Like he's one of my best mid-school friends, but I didn't know he's from Cebu, so I hardly get a chance to interact with him. And then now he's back to Miri. Well, he's not back, but he travels to Miri for almost a week to sort of like hang out with us for a little bit. And I was like, oh my god, yeah. So yeah, that's good. Also tonight there's a pickleball session. Right, Kobo's gonna go hit balls more, and I think honestly being able to hit more balls a week is honestly such a blessing because it helped me lose weight, definitely, right? It helps me lose weight. I can be less of a chunky build, right? Stuff like that. I need to bring myself back, but I think I put myself there, right? So yeah, more and more updates and stuff. Ooh, thunder. Oh yeah, also another small thing. This morning the sky decided to rain for 2 seconds. Two 2 seconds, and then it stopped raining again. But now looks like it's probably going to rain hard in about 30 minutes time, because it's very dark outside currently. I don't know, right? When it's raining, it's gonna be hard for me to listen to footsteps, all right? So yeah, honestly, something bad happened this morning, right? But this one I kind of don't want to share because it's kind of a very family matter, right? There's a lot of family matter happening for the past few months. Yeah, for the past few months, but those I don't feel comfortable sharing yet, right? Yet. But yeah, maybe someday I'll feel comfortable enough to share all of them so that you guys know what has been going on, right? But yeah, this morning wasn't the best and unfortunate. Right, unfortunate. I was thinking that I kind of want to take a break today, but at the same time, I don't wanna. All right, I honestly don't wanna. because if I take a break now, I feel like I would probably feel terrible. Right? I'll probably feel terrible because I want to hang out with my community and stuff. The stream is kind of where I feel. Stream is kind of where I feel nice and stuff, right? Also, let me get this. Boom. There we go. There should be sound now. Okay. I forgot to capture that. Oh, right. I forgot another thing actually. Shit. So yesterday I was at my friend's house for a little bit, nighttime, and then he decided he wants to try streaming as well. So he has an idea where every Wednesday night, most of the time, where we will be playing Counter-Strike together, or like during some of the night. Oh, I'm screaming. Some of the night times that we play Counter-Strike together, and then he wants to stream that. So I was like, yeah, I'm okay with that. Right? If he wants to do that, I'm down. I'm okay with that. So when he does decide to stream our Counter-Strike shenanigans, I actually want to announce that on my Discord. But fair warning though, because we will only be speaking Chinese most, if not all the time. But I can translate some of the stuff, or like, you know, when my community comes over, and then I can sort of like tell what's going on, right? I can sort of like greet. But for the Counter-Strike streams with my friends, I'm mostly just going to be speaking in Chinese entirely. Only when I'm trying to like interact with other people, then yeah, it will be just Chinese. I have so much 3006 bullet. So what are we doing today? We stopped by Stone Maze. We found a craftsman's shop. There's like a few places that I can go. We can go to Quarry, Pine Ridge, Greywater Marsh, or the Wall. So 4 places I haven't gone yet, which I kind of want to see what's going on. But there's also this. I don't know where. There's this. There's Triangulations, Northern Zone. Don't know what that is. Buried Treasure. Still don't know what it is. The brandy. Port Rail. Old Baron used to live in Port Rail. So is it... Port Rail is Metropole, right? I think Port Rail is Metropole. So should we try and get the Paladin Brandy? I guess we do that for now. At some point I kinda want to... You know, that must be the low mental things that happened. I'm using microfrag. Wow, I'm so futomama. Lots of frogs, lots of bugs, lots of bug friend. Oh yeah, we can exchange for 1 luft balloon, right? I don't think I can get luft balloon from. Hazard suit. Night vision. If I can get many luft balloons, that would be nice. Not much I want to prepare for, honestly. Got some gas grenades. Got some good ass guns. Not too sure what other guns do I have. Lots of different guns, actually. Having a light could be good, I guess. Number 20. Yeah, the 2-round burst is too good, I feel like. Full digital combat scope. 870. 850? Oh, this one is more muzzle velocity? They cost the same. Digital scope and laser sight. Oh, this one doesn't have laser sight? But the muzzle velocity is gonna be huge, no? Like, how's the aiming? I think the aiming is not bad. I'm gonna try using this one. Have I tried this one before? I don't remember actually. Well, anyways, we're gonna try this one. Let me take the bullet. Ooh. It's okay, my character's only screaming for a bit. I'm sure it's fine. I keep pressing E. Okay, do we take some bullet? Microfrag. 91 microfrag. I don't think we need that much microfrag. We have a lot of bullets. We have a lot of hay up. Oh no, it locked itself again. Oh my god, I have a shit ton of bullet actually. Okay, what is so heavy? Everything. Everything is so heavy. No, not really. I think guns are heavy. I'm at 134 movement speed. 134 is not bad. Maybe it's time to make more leftover, but not now. So we're gonna travel to Metropole. My armor is fine. My character is going crazy. I'm sure my character is fine. Okay, we're one high jump. Also this one got locked and you cannot open it anymore. Funny, funny.
What are you looking at? Keep walking.
See ya.
Oh yeah, I traded with them already. That's why the officer's cool. So to Metropole, I need to go from I need to go to Black Lake actually. Crossroad to Black Lake seems a little bit dangerous. I'm sure we'll be fine. I wanna up my headphone noises a little bit. Okay, they should be fine. Oh yeah, Chad. Actually, I found something. It's not that I have bad eyesight, actually. I went to my friend's place yesterday and then I tried out his mega strong monitor with mega strong PC as well, like, so everything has like a lot of high graphical fidelity and high frames per second, high refresh rate and everything. Uh-oh, it's my inner demon. And then I realized I'm not old, I'm not uncle, I don't have bad eyesight. My eyesight is perfectly fine. It's just that my PC doesn't have a lot of like specs and everything, so I couldn't really see properly. Did you steal it? No. Why would I steal my friend's stuff? Hi Zeus. It's the demon. Fake Kobo not stealing. I wouldn't steal my friend's stuff. I would steal the stuff if they are bad to Kobo. I'm the neutral good boat. Can I say that? This has always been a war zone. I'm surprised there's no one here. I wanted to afford another monitor that has like at least a little bit better, because I've been using this this, I believe this monitor is 21 inch size, and then my another monitor is like 18 or 19, one of them. Both are not very big, right? I want to have like a more refresh rate of a monitor, but I couldn't afford it. One of them cost like fucking 300 plus ringgit. I was like, yeah, no, I guess I'm not buying that. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I wanted to get like a maybe 120 hertz, but even then I couldn't afford. Unlocked with Yard Master Key? What did I unlock? How did I unlock? What did I unlock? Is it my inner demon tries to open something? I hear extra footsteps just now. Oh.
Not here.
Not if they're bad. Oh my god, morning chip. Morning. I should probably not mess with them, I think. I don't feel as confident in my gun skills currently. We get that high? Ooh. I'm gonna get that high and prepare for tonight's ball game. I'm gonna hit some balls tonight. Hope Chip is doing it. I'll do get that high after. And I think turning left here is Metropole. Ooh. Are they shooting at me? I mean, I know that's bad, but gunshots are very far. Was I being shot at? I haven't slept all night by doing surprisingly good. Oh, but I'm glad Chip is doing good. Hope this precious bin is as well. I had a bit of a rough morning, but I feel alright, honestly. I feel alright. I was yapping a bunch before I started playing Project Silverfish. But I'm glad Chip is doing it. I was honestly debating whether if I want to stream or not just now, but I feel like I want to. I feel like I will feel even more terrible if I didn't stream, because I want to hang out with my community, with my friends, and kobo friends. It's getting real dark. Welcome to Project Silverfish, where you cannot see anything. You can only see 1% of the thing that's going on. Oh yeah, bad mental. What? Oh, is it the shiny ball? I can't even see it. It's behind the tree. I see it now. Why are you charging my way? Did you notice me? Yeah, I'm okay though. Promise. Uh-oh. That's an FTA. Quick recap of morning, yep. Not like the morning, the bad morning is not exactly because of the thing that I was yapping. I was yapping a lot about the hospital visit and the blood taking and stuff. But that one is like not the cause of me feeling bad. That one is like interesting morning stuff. The bad one was the family stuff that happened this morning. And that one I don't feel too comfortable sharing still. For now anyway.
Abort!
Dang it, they can see me. I'm okay. Like honestly, the family stuff has been happening. The family stuff has been happening for the past few months actually, right? And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is though. Oh, they can teleport anything. How do I find the brandy if there's like 10,000 orb going on? I'm gonna use the flashlight, fuck it. Like, who's gonna shoot at me, right? Thank you, Chip. But I'm sure someday I want to share it together. Because it's something that I want to share, but I just don't feel too comfortable sharing it for now. I'm gonna go here first. Maybe they can decrease the amount of the purple thing. Should I fix my mental? Should I go EP for 10 hours? I probably should, but at the same time I don't wanna. Because I want to see the mannequin thing again. Oh, hi. Have I traded with you before? No, right? No, we're so... Happy little yipper? Honestly, seeing friends here already makes Kobo a happy little yipper. I already feel better just by being here talking to friends. I honestly do. I'm not just sort of like saying it, right? For the sake of like saying it. Pills. Pills? Lewis will be sad. I have long lockpick as well. They can take that.
Another time.
I want my special bullet. Maybe I should try tarot card. Alright, what am I gonna get? Black stack hurts? Took my health, took a lot of my hunger as well. Oh my god. Wait. I'm sick too? Holy, what was that black stag? Mild fever, seek bed rest? Well. 1 hour. I'm still sick, no way. Dang it. Another 1 hour. Everything just like door open, stuff thrown around. Like what the hecky? Mild fever still? Okay, okay. 2 hours. How about 2 hours? I'm making a buck. Really? Oh my god, how much rest do you need? 3 hours. So that's 1, 1, 4, 7. That's 7 hours of, well, sleep. Cumulative sleep. I'm still getting a fever. The Fibonacci sleeping? What's a Fibonacci? I forgot I can just drink medicine. What am I sleeping for? I have 109 bottles of medicine. Fuck it.
Oh, hello. Someone's in a hurry.
Fibonacci sequence is a set of numbers thing.
Plus 2. Hi, Narix Dragon. Oh my god, Dragon. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. 1加0，一加1，一加0，一加1，2，一加1，2。I don't understand.
Hey.
Hope Narix is doing good though. Ooh, Gowl's Pick. Wait, I only can peaches actually. We add the last 2 numbers together and get the next number. Oh, so 1 plus 1 2, 1 plus 2 3, 2 plus 3 5, and then 2 plus 3 5, 3 plus 5 7, 7 plus 5, something like that. Ah. Why are numbers hard to understand? Oh, it's way too much. I give you 1 bullet. 1 bullet. It's a number that is said to appear in nature a lot. In nature? Like trees and grass?
Hello.
Ooh, microfrag. I
What are you
should bring
looking at?
my medicine. Like I can use my homemade medicine as a bargaining thing. It's a reason I have 109, 108 of them. Make it count, right? 1 bullet, make it count. If it doesn't headshot, if it doesn't kill, that's your problem.
Someone's in a hurry.
Well, their problem anyway. One. One. Another one? Oh. Oh my god, it's raining.
I cannot believe it. It's raining. Holy.
Maybe next time.
Thank you. Oh yeah, I can trade these for these. Has it been dry season? Yeah, it hasn't rained for the past month. Or maybe a little bit more, but it finally rains today.
Oh, hello.
In fact, it's raining now. Feels good. Like spirals such as hurricane and animal shell follow the Fibonacci sequence. I wouldn't think dry season exists in either nation. Me too, but apparently it does. Like Miri's literally right beside an ocean, but it was still a dry season. Weirdly enough. Oh, it's not enough. Oh, it's raining big. Oh, it's raining big. My voice might be jumbled here because it's raining really big. I'm sorry. I guess I can give a little bit of this. One. One bullet's all it takes. We left the one bullet. Thank you.
Someone's in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm kinda in a hurry here. Oh my god, you like the MRE so much, but I kinda want to steal it from you. You like Wiki? Mushroom? It's raining too much? Oh. Raining too much also very scary. It's kind of wild to think that about 2 months ago it was like monsoon season. Yeah, funny enough, it was monsoon season. No, I forgot. It's this. Oh yeah, were we trying to make a coil gun? What do I need for a coil gun? I have this. 3 copper wire, 1 toolkit for scrap electronics. Do I have 3 copper wire and scrap electronics? Just the right amount. Oh, yeah, we have this. We have the hard gun, I think. It's this one. And then... what was it again? Small ether cell. I traded it all for Dr. Mosby! Oh. Drag. What I do? Oh wait, I have... oh my god, I'm actually stupid. Wait, we have this. Okay, let's make a coil gun. And then we go to South Bend? Was it... was it 3? 4, okay. And then toolkit? Call of Duty mic? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's raining really heavily here. And it's making everything like jumbled out. Sorry. Electrokinetic weapon. We got a coil gun, so now we bring it to South Bend. think we have a storage in South Bend. Do I have to bring this there? Oh my god. No, we're at Metropole. Let's find the Paladin Brandy first before we go South Bend. Do I need this? No. Oh yeah, I should get that thigh.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh no. You guys are probably gonna hear the rain noises. Oh, this was dog meat, right? So the call experience. Fine. Oh yeah, dog meat plus that. And I can put in all the rancid meat. So while it cook, I'm gonna... While it cook, I'm gonna get the thigh real quick. Alright, we're gonna make 1,000 leftovers. Oh my god, it's picking up the rain. I'm so sorry. Okay, now we wait for it to cook and then we're gonna get the thigh. Oh. Alright. Wait. Breaky. Oh my god, Draken! Hi, Draken.
I'm doing it. Can I use one of this as food? I mean, it's 100 food. I wanna try throwing one of these in. Maybe it could become something cool? I don't know. I did it. I don't know why I think that. It's so stupid. Oh yeah, I need to constantly check my phone as well. I don't know when they're gonna send me the the port out request. So I need to keep checking. The port out request. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Oh, it's done cooking. Also, hope Brecky's doing good. Welcome. No. 哦，你要洗车。My mom came in and asked for the key, and it's like, oh, we want to drive the car outside so we can wash the car. I think that's a very Asian thing to think of, no? Can't tell if this started cooking in game or the rain. Yeah, the rain is very heavy right now, actually. It's crazy. I can hardly hear anything. The thing is, I can hardly hear myself speaking. Like, that's cray-cray. Nice. Okay, we got full food. We bring the Ricky. My kobo is constantly raining. Oh no. Okay, let me change some settings. So here. I have to bring that up a lot actually. Alright, we good. Just tag ASMR, remove the filter. How bad would it be if I remove the noise gate stuff? Like, is it gonna be horrendous? Here, let me... So if I take off the noise suppression, is it gonna be like... I took off the noise suppression. Oh no! Oh my god, the feedback is non-stop raining noises. ASMR? You guys like the rain noises? This is like pure rain. Alright, I'm taking off the noise suppression for now. Look, it's rain, it's fine. We love rain. It just sounds like white noise. Oh, I never actually thought about that.
Hi there.
Authentic Malaysian rain
Perhaps
is
someone-
crazy. Authentic. This is the Malaysian experience. Malaysian rain. I'm sure you guys can hear my mouth noises and everything as well, no? If I don't have the noise suppression filter. People would normally have to travel across the world for it. Yeah, you guys get it for free. Am I nice or am I nice? I cannot believe it. Oh, it's a shiny. I don't know how do I find the Paladin brandy. No, because the rain is too loud. It masks the snoot noises. Oh, okay. My snoot is fine then. Oh my god, I can barely hear the gunshots. Caught my worse than rain. Obviously. Uh-oh, EMP. Why is there EMP here? No, like, why would there be EMP here? What the heck? That sounded really close, and that is NFTA. Are they right below me? Yes, they are. If there was a shotgun, I could have died. I cannot hear the footsteps at all. I need to hear this from the vault later. No secret? Oh. Oh yeah, today I probably won't be able to stream long because I have my I have the pickleball session tonight. I'll be hitting more balls tonight. Why is there just constant EMP? What the heck is this place? Oh, I hate this place, what the heck? Did I kill them from that shot? The rain sounds like I'm staying next to Rapid River. The rain is soothing to my tinnitus. The sound bullet zipping by is too. Oh. Wait, is it good or is it bad? I don't know actually. Don't ask if it's good, ask if you can hold it over us. Whoa. What do you mean hold it over us? When I was in Norway, we took a walk to the river where we could actually go down and climb over some rocks that stood in it. It was so fun. Ooh, okay. Providing a service of listening to rain, we should be grateful even it may not be good. I mean, I know rain good, but... Was I getting shot? Okay, take your time, Zeus. I think it's here, right? They're on top? He burp. Zeus burp. I actually don't even know if you guys can hear me like fine. To be honest, like I cannot hear myself, but I have to control my voice as well. I'm kind of speaking very loud here, but I'm also trying to like not shout.
Please help!
Asshat. What the heck? I can hear just fine mostly. Oh, okay, I think that's good enough. How would I be able to find the Paladin brandy? Aren't I in Port Rail? Oh. I never really explored this place to like this much. Yeah, I never thought there's so many loot that I can get from here. Also, I wanna drink water. And Kobo could totally just stand outside and then open up my mouth and then just like look to the sky, open up the chute, and then just drink rainwater. Is it bad to drink rainwater? That's a lot of bug. What? It's an EB place? Oh my god. Oh yeah, you know what? I should probably add something. Let me update my title. Stream information. Stream information. Rain ASMR. Ooh. Oh. Awa. Ooh. Oh. Awa. What else do we have? Iwi? I mean, do we have... Is EV a thing? I think EV is a thing. EV? Okay, okay. EV. Alright. Alright, new title it is. We love it. Make it a thing. When it's raining, and then I just do rain ASMR like this. And the thunder as well? Wow. I mean, I totally could. I need to check my phone. Okay, no port out request yet. I'm good. Bad actually. I need to port out from my... Oh yeah. You guys notice that bills on top? I put it up for a reason. I had to port out from... I have to port out from Cellcom to Maxis to save cost. And then I have to port out, I have to pay that extra hot bill payment. And I don't know how much it's gonna cost. That's why I put out the bill thing. So, wait. I know, I already put it up not too long ago. I'm sorry. I can't believe porting out requires me to pay more. God damn it. Oh yeah? This place is full of NFTA. Now she can pay more. No, it's okay, Chip. You're already helping plenty with the monthly subscription thing. I saw that. Oh my god, thank you. I don't think I thank you enough for that, honestly. Shit. Hit squad. They actually threw flashbang. Wow. I'm throwing a flashbang. I tried to reduce it from 10 to 5. That's still quite a bit. 5 is a lot. I know 5 is like still single digit, but it honestly still helps. I honestly think that it does. So thank you, honest. Money? Ink. What? Thunder? They're just Where was that door? Hit squad? Maybe. The rain's getting a little bit smaller now. Uh-oh. Goodness me, that's a lot of gunshots. Oh. That explains it. Like, sometimes I wish I can be, like, well off enough to not need to... that I don't need people... I don't need to rely on donations as much. It's gonna be hard, but I'm gonna try my best still. Irish is taking this stuff crazy. Oh, NFTA.
Hello.
Eh.
Perhaps another time. Let's pick it up.
Oh wow, carnage. Where are you guys running away from? Whoa.
Over here. This way.
We can have this. Ow. What are they running for? Understandably, you don't want to rely on others all the time. Yeah. Like, I really do, right? I know that I still sometimes, like, put up the goal and then let other people, like, donate to me to help me pay the bills and stuff. I feel... What? Like, I feel... What? Oh, Stinky. Wait, are you telling me that there's Stinky there? Shit, I didn't bring my Revenant helmet. Why is it Stinky there though? Something must be here. Nothing's here actually, I got you baited. I don't know how to find the paladin brandy still. And I think I can hear myself well now. It's kind of hard too, right? Because honestly, I feel like from my situation is my father, well, my dad used to be like a very successful spare parts seller. Can I say entrepreneur? I don't know if that counts as entrepreneur to be honest, but like he was really good at selling spare parts, car spare parts stuff, and also a lot of like mechanics stuff. Like he's good at being a mechanic. He's good around cars, right? Amazing even. So he made a... What? He made a big business, right? He made a big business of like... like selling car parts and being a mechanic. So the contrast is that when I'm doing this and also the 2 days of work in a nearby grocery store, it's not going to earn as much as he does, right? Obviously the business that he does is gonna be like huge and everything, right? That's very amazing. And it's just sad that I cannot be as successful as him. Right, and then he's already paying off the loans and stuff before he passed away, unfortunately. It was already paying off, like, slowly but surely. But then shit happens, and then now I have to deal with the loans and stuff. So that's why for the past few years have been extra stressful for me. Like I know for the past few years that I haven't actually been like trying. Well, I'm trying, but I haven't been oh, I haven't been like improving my stream or some sort, right? Honestly, no. Oh, is it the? Oh my god, it is. What? 鸡巴一下死我！Oh, I was looking at my phone. No, this is a fucking horror game. 吓死了！ Oh my god, I was talking too. I was looking at my phone, it's like, oh my god, it's a port out request, yay! And then I got hit, and then fire goes on. Oh, all right. I need to reply to the port out request real quick. Can you guys hear the phone noises? Yeah, you can. It's okay. Okay, receive your request to leave Cellcom. Port out yes my number. Okay, let me do that again. Port out yes in all caps my number. And before 4 p.m. Okay. Send. Alright, it is sent. Oh my god. Please set your reason for leaving Cellcom. Reply SMS with number. Better offer, expensive plan, network coverage, slow downloading, billing issues, switch to prepaid. Okay. Expensive plan, slow downloading. I would say expensive plan and slow downloading, right? Actually, you know what? I'll take off the expensive plan. I'll be nice. It's just a slow downloading, okay? Send. Yes. You're doing what you can. Yeah, honestly, I am. Like, I know it may not be much. I know it may not seem like much to what I'm doing right now. Like, my streams are in a more slower side, and then the daily the weekly grocery store thing may not be as much, honestly, right? But gosh, I can safely say that I am trying my damnedest here. I really am. Right? I can just puff up my chest and say that I am doing what I can. I'm doing the best that I can. I am. So that's one thing that I can be proud of. The another thing I'm not proud of is that how less I'm making actually. Here you can just cancel heritage, which means you also don't inherit the debt, which is what I did when my grandpa and dad died, but we also don't have anything, so it was an easy choice. Oh man, that's very understandable. Yeah, Dad didn't say anything about inheritance, right? So it's also like it's because there's no will, so it's all up to government like general procedure, right? So based off how many children he has, and then we have to like give to all children like in a split choice, right? So names and everything. So yeah, it's a lot of thing. And you know what, I'm gonna spill some stuff here. All right,
Kobo, Kobo, Kobo,
Wait.
Kobo, 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 Kobo. You're cute and a good gal heart.
hard. Hi UV. If we return survey, we can decline it. I guess I can, but they don't really like. Actually, I don't know if I can. it's just that the procedure happens and then all the inheritance happens immediately after. I guess not here, I guess? I'm not too sure actually. I'm not too like 100% sure. But yeah, I want to spill something here. So earlier this year, it's something that happened this morning, but I don't want to share absolutely everything. But I'm going to share a little bit of tidbits of what we've been going through for the past few months with family stuff. So when my grandma passed away, like my dad's side grandma passed away earlier this year, and then there is a lot of inheritance things, right, that my grandma has, and I think the situation is that she doesn't have a will, question mark? I think, I'm honestly not too sure, right? But the situation is that a lot of like my dad's side siblings, because mom also inherited some in place for dad, because we are the administrator of dad's inheritance, right? So we have the letter administrator and stuff like that. So some of the stuff that grandma passed down to us is under me and my mom's name, because the letter administrator's name is the two of our names. So with that, a lot of my dad's side siblings are starting to like actually fight over the inheritance, right? So there are some nasty stuff going on, right? There some nasty stuff going on. Like me and my mom is just like trying to, we are not like trying to just push away the nasty stuff that's been happening, but it's also like we just kind of want to give up. It's like, sure, it's like a lot of like, also bird, a lot of like inheritance, right? It's a lot, right? But we're just like, we want to just give up, right? And then part of us is like, we don't want to give up because those things can help us pay the loans and shit, right? If we can get a hold of those inheritance, like for real, like, and then we can use those money to pay off our loans and we won't be in such a bad place. But at the same time, we have to fight over them to the point where we have to go like do some legal documents and shit. Like it's been escalated to that point. That's how greedy they are, right? We're at the verge of just be like, yeah, fuck that. If they want to go for a legal battle, we don't have the financial stability to do that. Like we just don't. Like the matter of fact is that legal case is going to cost a fortune. Like to our situation here, it's gonna cost a fortune, but to them, those greedy bastards, it's not going to cost a fortune for them. This is what we call financial like pressure, right? They have the financial pressure, we don't, right? There's a clear disadvantage in terms of like money, right? Which is why I've been saying that money speaks in this society. Money totally speaks. You have more money, you can totally just like, you can beat them up with legal battles and shit. It's like, yeah, if they have a case, they can just totally do that. So it has been harsh, right? It's a little bit of things that we have to like go through for the past few months actually, and also because of that, my well-being has not been taken care of exactly, right? Which is also why I'm dreading next week's hospital visit, because honestly, I haven't been checking my blood sugar a lot. I haven't been documenting that. I just don't have the energy to even take care of myself. Like, I haven't shaved for months. I haven't cut my hair for months. Every time I wake up, it's a dreaded fight. It has been going on for months, and it's like, ugh. Right? It's very ugh. So, yeah. Oh. Zen! Welcome in, Zen. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to me venting again. Shit. Oh, thank you, Evie. Okay, kidnap the girl and look after her. And you know what? I would love that, honestly, but traveling, money. And kill the guy in Dark Tunnel, then siege the fort and did magic crack cocaine. You did you imbibe something? You totally did imbibe something, did you? How was the Project Silverfish? How was the game? I'm playing it as well, but I'm also like kind of getting sidetracked and wanting to update things a little bit on life. So excuse the topic here. But still, welcome in, Raiders from Zen. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love guns. I love dragons to bits. And I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. And same. You snorted stardust? Exactly. It's the imbibe. Oh yeah. Anyway, how do I do with this thing? I might die here, but I don't know what this is. Can I just shoot this thing? Can I outrun this thing? I got scared shitless though. Oh yeah, if you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them as well. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Yeah. Very important. Okay, let me try to like run away from this thing. That works, right? Okay, I can kill them. Oh, what's your character's build? I'm currently a very heavily armored shotgun guy. I'm just a normal regular lizard, I guess. Oh wait, I'm hearing footsteps.
Look at this.
I want to be tanky, but I always die in 3 shots. And I never really play shotgun in this game because when I try to get close to them, I just die. So what's with this place then? Did they all rush then from there? Lots of artifacts on you. Normal lizard? Yeah, normal. I just happened to find those shiny. So I guess I'm in a weird place. Yeah, I do have a few artifacts here. Slim fish, hard shell, dandelion, Stellarite scapula, ember manifold, incendiary wardstone, pale bone. What does this do? Oh, fish repellent, nice. Many artifact, many shiny. Really? Again? The same hut color, purple hut twins? Heck yeah! Well, at least I can show this thing now. I think this is another golden angel raid. Yeah, it is, I hear it. Alright, there's no more raining, so I'm gonna turn on my noise suppression again. So that you guys don't hear absolutely everything that my mouth noise makes. Alright. So let me open up the filter. Boop. There. Okay, we have noise suppression again. Go and greet the angels, don't be rude. Well, I could, but I also don't want to burn. I don't want to get burned to cobalt meat. That was close, holy shit. Oh, someone's getting burned to a crisp. Unfortunate. Like, I didn't know what it is, but after looking at this, look at this! This is a fucking T-posing angel. T-posing angel. It might not help when my mental is like kind of weak right now. It should have been weaker. Crispy cobalt. Look at that T-pose and angel. Oh, someone's getting burned to a crisp. Unfortunate. I keep hearing footsteps. What the fuck? Thanks for having me over for a raid. I'm gonna have my very late lunch now. Okay. Have a very good lunch, and then thanks for the raid. What the hell? What are those? What are those? Yo, T-pose an angel. Normal silverfish things, exactly. Still love these things. Cool as fuck, holy shit. The footsteps are me sneaking out on you for a sick nasty suplex. But you're so big. But you're so big though. How can you give a tiny thing a suplex? I'm tiny. I'm Kobo tiny. Also, hi chipmunk. Do we go down? Precisely for me, it's more effect, suplex, and more brain hemorrhage. You couldn't even grab me, I'm so small. Looks too strong to pry open. Don't I have a shit ton of lockpick, I think? Well, by a shit ton, 46? It's not bad. Boop. Nice, easy. What do we have here? What do we have? Books? This place suck. Mini drink. Bullet. Ooh. Wait. Oh, I found it! Paladin Brandy! I'm the best. No wonder it's too strong to pry open. I'm glad I went down first. Lunchtime, if I'm getting shot at? No, I'm not gonna get shot. I'm probably gonna get shot 10,000 times, but I'll be fine. I'm a bulb. Have good lunch. It's a joyous occasion where everyone's getting burned to a crisp with a music box. Playing this game, all of my body fat has been replaced with bullets from all the time people were shooting me. I know, right? Like the amount of AI cheating is insane in this game. Like, only we need night vision. They don't need night vision. They can shoot at us in pitch black. They will know where we are and pinpoint our exact location forever. The AI can be nasty sometimes, but fuck do I love this game. Hmm. Oh, neutral. I guess you're fine. I'm on to you. Okay, you're not attacking me immediately, but I have a gun. I'm gonna prepare my micro frag actually. Alright, don't do anything stupid. Oh, Baron Longmon? So, those infernal machines have finally failed to guard my house. Oh, that's what they are! Well, they suck anyway, so... And now the animals roam freely through my halls. You're dead. You're actually dead. Creatures who ought to crawl yet have been taught to walk. All lizards, right? I thought this place was abandoned. Oh yes, I have been abandoned. Yeah. I mean, you're a robot. Who cares, right? Abandoned by my country, by my colleagues, by that red bastard Cam. Oh, isn't Cam like the one who posted some of the missions in the global board? Kent? All that promise and grandstanding. Return the earth, rebuild humanity in our image. Apparently rebuilding humanity includes arming reptiles with rifles? Kempt? Wait, so Kempt made us? Question mark? What? What? Making corpses walk again? Corpses walk again? Does that look like humanity to you? I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I'm gonna answer as a lizard. Like, I don't know what humanity looks like. When I'm here, everything's already like robot and lizard. So, I mean, to me, lizard is humanity. I love lizards. Hmm? I'm gonna go for the first one. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. Are you gonna kill me now? I would expect an animal to understand. You know what? What he said? Fair, actually. Actually fair. You're not killing me though. Can I talk to you still? You don't seem cool, but I'm stealing your shit anyway. Are you gonna kill me? Okay. Well, your stuff is my stuff. Robbing right in front of you. Well, I wouldn't say rob. You couldn't even use any of these anyway. Whatever lizard is cooler anyway. I know, right? Gold cat. Oh my god. Well, you can have that. You can have this. Have fun. So Kempt is the boss of interaction. We kill Kempt because interaction, bitch. Abandoned humanity become lizard. Lizard more than human, exactly. Ooh. Oh, hey. Oh god, I'm too heavy. I'm too thick what I do. What is that blood? Kobo see shiny, Kobo take? Exactly. No shinies are safe from this little build. Nope. I mean, at least that robot's not trying to kill me. Nice. The fuck is this? Whispering warm familiar. Strange worm-like specimen in a jar. It's an artifact. Ugh, I hate this thing. The mindful whispers? Sometimes in lieu of taking psychic damage, you hear the whispers instead. Is that good? I mean, at least I'm not taking psychic damage, right? So I'm not scared of my inner demon anymore? I'm just hearing that little music at the in my right ear. I mean, this is very heavy, but it's 1600 value. And I love that 1600 value. I should be paying off my debts, but I'm just trading things constantly. That's a lot of footsteps. That's a little bit concerning. Did he just come in? What the? Didn't I lock the door? Back off, Gaylord. Nice.
He's a wonderful toy.
Didn't I lock the fucking door? There you go. Whoa. My goal is also to upgrade my coil gun. In case you guys don't know, I made a coil gun just now. And I'm gonna go to South Bend and upgrade the coil gun soon. Yeah, soon. 50%? 50% is not that bad. The kitty is 8 kilogram. Oh my god. This is 2.5. Throw it away. I think that's everything here. We got the brandy, and I don't think I'm gonna die now. We should save at the Boro real quick. Are we close to the Boro, or which one are we close? Dock? Oh, that's how you look like. Scrap electronics. Oh. Well, we go docks and then we come back so that we save. It has been a long time since we did a map transition. I wanna become couple. Become lizard. Who the fuck? Why you try to cheat high? Oh my god. I think that's everything. Thank you. I got some free shiny. So they were there? Couldn't really see them though. Boop. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to change the title again. Because there's no more rain ASMR. Alright, there we go. Hi Jameson. Hi Draken. Yeah, let me drink water. Hope Jameson is doing good. Hi Roxas. I don't know who you're trying to call, but you're using the wrong thing to call me. You know I don't respond to that. I saw someone. Okay, that's not revolutionary. This is the Boro, I think. I guess we can trade more stuff. We're too heavy anyway. Need clicker? Clicker train the kobo? What's clicker? What do you want clicker for? I mean... Well... Is it the port out request? No. I thought it's a port out request. I need to constantly check my phone. I don't know what clicker train is. Like, where?
What now? I got your back.
They got my back. It's time to store some shiny. Oh my god, Paladin Brandy costs 1700? Your notification sound is Minecraft Steve? Yeah. To be fair, this is my very old phone. Now if I want to change notification... What would I want to change it to? I'm not too sure. And so many shiny. And the tissue paper. See, my weight is not bad now. Just need to trade this one off. It's just like how Moses Discord train. I'm so confused. What do you mean by Discord train? Discord Kareta API?
Hi there. Sorry,
Yeah, choo choo.
I can't help.
Train?
Next time.
They don't have a lot of things to trade.
Hello there.
I want this. Oh, come on, it's the same price. Fine.
Later.
Thank you. That was it. We found more trade value thing. This is so good. The eat the flux detector, 0.1 kilogram, 1600 money. It's to refuel our hunger. You guys wanna fix your shit? Do you guys maybe wanna fix your shit? Are you gonna break as well? Okay. Okay, I'm going. I'm just trying to eat. I'm just trying to eat my leftover. Like, what do you want, game? What do you want? One more. Let's bring out the wiki. Paladin brandy for who again? Paladin brandy Vine Vintage, right? This one. For broker. What? That's close enough, I think. Good enough. Oh yeah. Here. Nice. Many bandage. Bandage, sorry. Right, now we go Black Lake. Yeah, It's bandage. I didn't say anything sus. I wouldn't. I'm a bold. I'm a clean bold. I'm so pure of heart. I'm a true kobo. Pure of heart. Right? Yeah. I'm so pure. Sorry. Oh my god, the gunshots are crazy. Oh, no wonder. Aha, that makes a lot of sense actually. Guess we're trying to fight that thing again, huh? Wah. Wow, my ears were bleeding. Nice, Swift. Welcome, Swift. I would drink. I'm gonna go loot things first and then I drink. Fire. Don't burn me. Okay, that's Black Lake. I keep hearing footsteps. What the heck? Well, at least we're in Black Lake, no? Let me go to the black market and then let's get that sign. Oh, yeah! Artifact on the train, the classic. But it's always that artifact though. Why is it always the coughing one? Do we have more? Do we have more? Oh, Kobo love shiny artifact.
Kobo coughing again. What a good girl.
Oh, but I'm coughing. I'm not. Coughing is not good. Oh. literally just had the same happen in a recent play session. Looks like a very common thing. Not only for the part where artifact spawns on top of train, but the acid coughing artifact seems to spawn quite a lot as well. It's just how I feel. I think I have like 4 this session. Alright, for this save file. 2 with the coughing artifact in the same area. Yeah, seems like it's rather normal occurrence.
Hello.
Ooh, bullet. Maybe it's a time to use like a special bullet. Maybe. Hey, I'm the only one that's allowed to cough. Oh. Number. Kiferio? Hi, Kendall. Hi, numbers. I'm trading things. I can't believe I'm giving away my shinies and stuff. I mean, good. Hi, Sandria. Hi again, Yubi. Oh, is it not? It's okay, I can do it too, Yubi. Hello, tabletop RPGs? Ooh. Until I give away shinies for you, what are we done with too? No. I'm not giving away. I'm trading shinies for an even better shiny. Right? Kifario is also nice. Numbers is also nice. Welcome in raiders from Numbers and Kifario. I'm Tira. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope stream went well. Tree. God damn it, that's 13. That's 13. 3006 bullet. Fine.
I'm sorry, I can't help. Hi there.
You better be so dragon. Certified kitty. Wee. Stream was good. Stream Vanilla Fusion. Oh. Tabletop RPG and Metro Fusion. Oh, it's the archipelago thing, right? And he was doing something else. I was about to raid him as he was about to raid me, so we decided to raid the same person. Oh, thank you. Big appreciate the raid. Also dragon. This is a dragon's breath. Maybe I should play some shotgun. Maybe. I mean, I like shotgun. No, I cannot take. I cannot give away my shiny. Five. Dang it. Another 5? But my bullet though. Can I take away 1? Can. Another one maybe? Oh! Oh. And get that snake. We must follow the snake as well. Kifelio. I haven't watched Kifelio stream as much, but I'm sure Kifelio is also very heckin' nice. Well, if you guys need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Very important. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Yeah.
Oh, hey. Someone's in a hurry. Someone's in a hurry.
Someone's in a hurry. I want that. I might just give out bullet. He is a wonderful fae. Oh, fae. Faye is something like fairy? Question mark? Is it? I might be wrong here. I'm not too sure actually. Oh my god. You hate this though. Oh.
Maybe next time.
You only give me 900? Wait, Paladin Brandy is 1700 though. I got scammed. I totally got skamazed. I caught word there might still be an operational ether drill prototype somewhere in the zone. A walking ether drill head and potentially portable like that. If you can produce such a thing, I can easily cut 2 million off your debt. 2 million? Although from what I understand, if Dr. Moss were able to find out you sold me such a thing, I doubt the revolution would still see you as a friend. Oh. Not that it's any concern to me, of course. Ah, but what if I'm already... I'm 3k to revolution. 2 million to law. How do I even produce the ether prototype drill head thingy though? There's no lead to that, no? Unless it's in some sort of documents. Oh yeah, I have this, right? Oh, I know Cistern is where the sewer friend is. Oh wait. Prototype drill. I guess I got lucky. Prototype drill lab, PDO2. I guess that's where we need to go. So is it in Cistern? This thing. It's only 10k. What if I become enemies with Revolution? That's gonna be wild. Trade specific. I can give you the coughing one. No. Maybe I can give away the Rave Core as well? No. Oh, Chin! Oh my god, so many raids today. Hi, ratings. Welcome, Phoebe. All the raids were... I really love that emote combination. It just looks funny. Oh, thank you, Evie. Wow, crosscode. Ooh, I think I saw Laveau play that for a little bit. That's like the crosscode kind of reminds me of In Demon Tales. Crosscode is beautiful. Crosscode is very anime, no? Also, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Shen. Welcome. I'm Tiora. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. How much if I were to buy this? 1k? Ooh, that's a lot of money. But it's a good kind of bullet, no? Going to lurk and get ready for EP? Okay. Have a good EP numbers. Thanks again. It was good? Heck yeah, good to know, good to know. Yeah, of course, if you need any like post-stream care, definitely go do them. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink, stuff like that. When's the bus coming back? It might be a long time actually, because I still need to finish up Zeus's model, and also Nexus's bust, Nexus's head sculpture, or shoulder up sculpture, and also legs. So it's gonna take a while. I've been trying to get back into doing art like lately. I know I haven't been doing that, I'm sorry. But recently I've been really like trying to convince myself to start doing art again.
Another time.
So yeah, hopefully they'll come back as soon as possible. It's probably gonna take a long time, but I'll be trying my bestest. Too many channel points. I can't pet boop you enough to spend them. Hey, you could boop and pet the kobold until your hand hurts. Or your paws hurt. Wait. Boop. Uh-oh. No. I'm gonna get so many so many I'm gonna get spoiled like crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Those are freelancers, right? Hello.
What are you looking at? Maybe next time.
They have hot dog.
Hello.
Ooh, I want this.
Got it.
7 money? Fine.
Someone's in a hurry.
Thank you, numbers. Oh, fire there? Oh my god, it's free loot again? Oh no, don't go there. Ow! I saved them. And then there's my inner demon. This is what I get for not having a good mental. Pet the fireball. It hurts though. Like my fluff hurts. Okay, we did this. Oh yeah, we're trying to go to Cistern. And then to get the lab PDO too. Oh friend, I almost shot them. Vibin?
Oh, hello.
I want your hot dog. No, I want to airburst this. No, I cannot give you my dragon. That's pretty good.
Later.
Hi, malicious magpie. Okay, we're going back to Crossroads, so... Do we go from Depot, or do we just straight go to Crossroads from here? Actually, I'm gonna go from here. It's fun. Haven't been there for a bit. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some NFTAs there as well. Oh, cultist. There we go. That was a lot of bullet now. Oh, dude! Oh my god, dude! Oh, free meat. That guy's head exploded hard. I know, right? They become fire. Actually, chat. I had the dumbest idea lately, like the dumbest, and I don't know if I want to do that. But I want to share the dumbest idea for a bit. Is something like a not safe for work stream on Discord. You know, I have a spicy Discord, right? And I kind of want to stream some like spicy gum. Like some. I don't have any for now. The one I have is Skyrim, and it's actually fucking janky as fuck. So will Kobo be locked in a cage? Probably. It's just an idea though, right? I don't really have any like not safe for work games to play other than Cobalt Care, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, Frog was swimming. I remember streaming Cobalt Care quite a long time ago. He would probably be very interested in Grove. Oh, right! I forgot about Grove. Yeah, I played it so many years ago. I could play that. Ah! Get fucked. There should be more. A solo operated solo NFTA? No way. Gotta jump around. I played Grove so many years ago. That game is so perfect, actually. Good job. Where? Oh, sniper. Snipe more, asshole. The dev was recently one called Prowler. Oh yeah, I have Prowler as well. I actually bought that one. Once paid only, I think. Yeah. Prowler is also really good. Like, the Grove devs games are amazing, honestly. Like, Grove is about dragons. Prowler is about Nargas. Like, how can I not love them, honestly? Oh, getting some free bullet. It's not a lot. I could look into doing that someday. Like on my usual stream time, and then just do a Discord not safe for work stream instead. Oh, unfortunate for you. And only if I'm being convinced enough, then I'll put on a cage. But that's alright. Gonna convince the bold, alright? I'm not gonna just put it on. And Kobo is not gonna get easily persuaded as well. Ooh, knife. I think I should probably stop by Observatory and do a little bit of trading first, and then we're gonna go to Cistern. Maybe even stop by and find Sewer Friend for a little bit, because I want to trade for one Love Balloon. Yeah, I want that Loved Balloon. Love Balloon is amazing. Minus 5 kilogram is huge right now. Like, huge. Got this gun, 1200. Would be a nice trading value. I'm sure it's not gonna take a lot of convincing. Oh, I think otherwise. It's gonna be tough to convince the bold. I'm gonna lower this one again. Because just now it's raining. But now it's not raining anymore, so... I'll steal the key? No, why would you steal the key? This is... Oh my god, I'm already being shot at. This is a war zone. Who shot me? What? Is that stray bullets? No, it's not. Get fucked. Oh yeah? What? Actually good shots. trying to run away, I actually caught up to them. Assheads trying to pincer me, huh? And then I say, well, you can be released. Oh no. Real fucking Lee, where? Oh, they got fired. Okay, okay. Unfortunate for you. Dum dum. Is it pig? Oh, it's not pig. Well, truly a war zone here. Well, maybe next time when I do a stream, then you guys can try. For now though, right? It's not safe for work stream. Oh my god, big money.
Guess what? You're a good girl. Maybe.
Maybe. Oh. So to trade for love balloon, I need 3 blue mushroom and 1 golden, I think. 133, 165, but I have more FMJ bullet. Oh, 555. Is it 555? 556, not 555. I'm EPV today? Well, EP is good. EP is very important. Nice. Was Electron and Codeine got me good? At least there was actually minimal pain for it. Oh. Well, I'm glad it was minimal pain. Also, I got Vandalism. Oh, that looked like Freelancer. Yeah. Oh. Don't... Oh my god, don't stand there, you crazy! That was my line of fire. What are you trying to do? Make me shoot you? That's a strong ass gun. Fucking rat. People that hide behind there forever. Do I not have a bomb? I do. Oh, that was a bad throw. You better hide there forever. Oh! Oh, you died! They were not hiding, they were dead! The temporary worker was no, she only did the uplift within an hour. Given I can't usually take uplift for more than 20 minutes, I wasn't going to complain. It was nice and numb. Well, at least it was nice and numb. Yeah, at least it was like minimal pain. Pain bad. Well, this morning my blood taking procedure was maximum pain, I guess. It was the once per 3 month HbA1c check again for the diabetes.
Hi there.
260. Sure.
I'm sorry, I can't help. Hello.
You can have that.
Keep walking. What are you looking at?
Cobra 81? Oh my god, this one costs so much? Wait, mine
Perhaps
costs...
another time.
Yeah, mine costs
Hello
5600.
there.
This one looks pretty strong though, 960 ms. Muzzle velocity. Yeah, this one's mine is 920. It's not that good. A full auto, it's 375? Isn't that really slow? Yeah, this one says 600.
What are you looking at? Oh, hey.
Blowtorch. I don't think I need blowtorch anymore. Military rifle fitted with combat optic. 800. 870. Mine's better. Mine costs 1600.
Keep walking.
My gun better. Medium plate armor. Stalker Pro. Oh, markup, markup. I'm always out of contracts to do. I want... Whoa. You greedy. Fine.
Looking forward to it.
Someone's in a hurry.
I'm like Lelong guns out for free. You can take that, it's
Perhaps
fine.
another time.
I mean, I got those guns from Dead Lizard for free, essentially, so it's fine. Maybe I should bring some her grenade. Yeah, some her grenade. It should be fine. It's a mental noise. One 1.3, 1.6, 1.2? Oh, these things are heavy. Oh, this costs a lot too. Maybe this is a good bargaining thing as well. The large mecha. I could make a few. Let's make 10. Okay. 6,600 money. Sounds pretty good. What is that sound even? Okay, I guess we're going to let PDO too. I'm gonna keep my mental like this. I think it should be fine. I'm also, because I'm going to Cistern, I'm probably gonna need my night vision helmet. Oh yeah, I have a coil gun. So I need to go South Bend at some point. I'm gonna go get that ether drill thingy first. This one. Indeed. Let's go to Cistern. I think inventory is good. I mean, we have 20 wiki. I'm probably gonna bring some homebrew medicine. How much homebrew medicine can I make? I forgot what I need for it. I know I need hash eggs, but what else? Oh no, someone's playing with the door, and by someone I mean my inner demon. Hashtag plus what again? I don't remember. What do I need to make the homebrew medicine? It's fine, I'll just boop. I'll do it next time. Right, here we go. What? I'm getting booped. Do I have night vision? This one is a lot less resistance though. Well, at least it's slightly better. Is it the port out thing? No, it's not. Okay. I need to constantly check my phone because I don't want to miss the port out request again. Last time I missed it and it expired and I was upset. It's not gonna happen again. I'm gonna constantly check my phone when I hear Minecraft Steve. Oh my god, really? Wow. Yeah, my ears were bleeding, it's fine. That used up all my bullet. Right, it's fine, we got under the reef. While I was fighting Wraith, I hear gunshots. Gunshot. Cistern is not too far away, so it's fine. Wait? Oh. That sounds like a strong gun. Must be Insurrection is fighting against Freelancer. I think that was the Freelancer that I was looking at. You are insurrectionist, okay.
Let's move.
Just gonna make sure. How weird to only have one NFTA here. Doesn't NFTA usually operate in a group of some sort? That one is like a rogue NFTA maybe? I also kind of appreciate what this game does with water noises. Every time before I jump into a water, usually in games, the water noises are like loud as hell. This game, no. This game is like just the right amount of loud to it, which I really appreciate. Right, here we go. Should have brought more bullet actually. Really? Unfortunate for you. Unfortunate for me as well. What? Gunshots from below, I think? I'm going down from here. Really? It's like those things can hear me. What the heck? I'm not gonna lie, I hate those purple orbs with a passion. Who the fuck? Just wanted to make sure. But purple is your favorite color? Yeah, it is. It totally is. But then like those things are just like being that like they're just there the sake of being annoying. They're not exactly like providing any fun to the game, I feel like. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of what the purple orb does. I love purple, but gosh do I hate like what they do with the purple color. So it's here, right? Don't like that. Oh, is it from the document? Is it? No, it was infrastructure record. Yeah. That PD002 7103A. Oh my god. We're going to a new place? I don't know if I like this place, honestly. Wait, this place feels familiar. Have I been here before? Does this place exist before... Oh, when I played back then? Wait, no, oh my god, I remember this place. I hate it. It's it's the Shadow Man. It's a little Shadow Man here. Thank goodness I brought some flair. Yeah, this is a place with Shadow Man. I hate it. Do I need poison resistance? Yeah, and then it's just entirely EMP here as well. That's why we need flare. Yeah, that Shadow Man. Yep, here we go, EMP. Let's take it slow. What do you mean flare doesn't show the Shadow Man anymore? Really? The flare doesn't show the Shadow Man anymore. That sucks. Why though? And then you have EMP, so I'm supposed to bring the EMP nade here? I wonder if the EMP nade disables this anomaly. Well, anomaly with the biggest quotation mark is just fucking electrical discharge, I think. I know use a flare. I'm going back. Like if I cannot see the Shadow Man using a flare, it's a fool's errand. It really is just a fool's errand. Let's go back. Alright, time to make some of that nade. Huh. That's a hit squad, I think. Yeah, there's a hit squad. There's a hip squad. So those things explode when the head is... Oh, double! Hip squad, there'll be Dazzy squad. Dazzy is all about hips. Yeah, there'll be Dazzy squad definitely. It's kind of funny sometimes when I raid into Dazzy stream, or like when I just go into Dazzy stream, all I see is just like mega hit. What do you want, man? I don't think that's a normal whistling noise. Where'd you come from? Sniper bullet? Oh my god, you're using this? You want to kill. No wonder it hurts like crazy. Holy fuck. They mean business. They're using .338 Magnum rifle. Yeah, they totally mean business now. Like, it's not just they want to take me out, they want to take me the fuck out. That's cray. Well, let's go back up. We make some EMP nade. Shouldn't take too long. I can just go to observatory and make some. Unless it needs copper. Oh. Oh, I was like, why am I flying? I know why I'm flying now. It's the anomaly. I have a decision that I want to make, honestly. So I don't know if I want to add. I don't know if I want to keep using the noise suppression for my microphone. It would be nice to like suppress the mouth noises that I make, right? And also some of the car drive-by noises, but sometimes for this like bird noises, I would love them to be heard. Right? So I'm torn between like if I want to use the noise suppressor or not sometimes. Nighttime? God damn it. Alright, here we go. I'm in the water, you fuck. Was there light on me just now? Need to identify it.
Show yourself.
Sure. Shit. Dang. This is a war zone, I swear. Oh. Already in a demon? I could hear a burp earlier, nice burp. Yeah. Because my house is kind of a... Well, I wouldn't say forestry, but it has quite a bit of a greenery going on, so... Sometimes, or most of the time, there will be burps around, which is pretty nice, I would think. Bird noise. And then sometimes the bird will just perch right outside of the balcony, or right beside the window. And cute bird. They're not cute when they shit a lot though. Oh wow. There. It's the inner demon. That's a freelancer. Did they take the loot? They did.
Oh, hello.
It's kinda hard to give you a little bit. What can I give? This one? Good enough.
Next time.
Thank you. Who that? Freelancer. So in other words, you get frequent visits from Gaetan and Jade and Akobo. Yeah. Mini bird. It's kinda funny when I think of Jade being so small. Small Jade. Many bird noises. Many chip chip. Many chip chip. What if combo chip chip?
Oh, hey.
Oh, I need. Wow, we have a lot of good stuff. Holy shit. Take one of that gun. I'm keeping this Magnum rifle. You want this gun as well? Might be a little bit too much, actually. I'm not really using 9mm Parabellum anymore. I could just give it to them. Shotgun shells. Flare nade? Oh, I didn't think about flare nade. 240? Oh my god, that's so much money. Fine.
Later.
I'm gonna go lurk and take a nap. Have a fun show and keep your chin up, you precious bean. Thank you, Chip.
Hello.
Have a good nap. I'll try my best, definitely. Thank you, thank you. It's kinda hard to give like just a small amount. No.
I'm sorry, I can't help. Hello there.
Infantry standard. What is this, saber? Military saber carried by officers. This is not just an ornament, this weapon is deadly in the right hands. That looks so cool. 600 money for a melee weapon? You can have the gun.
Maybe next time.
Hi there.
It's the cum gun. Resistor. Holding it makes your plumage stand on end. Give. I don't know what to give them though. They hate all the things I want to give them. Like they're positively cheating. I can give you all my bullet. Actually, I have a shit ton of bullet in my inventory. The normal ones anyway. Like, see, they hate this as well. Like, what the heck? You like shit bandage? I'm not gonna judge. One. That's all you get. Fine.
Someone's in a hurry.
What does that do? Arc resistance? Increases the resistance to electric damage. Ooh, I'm more tanky now? Am I taking any electric damage? I don't think I am. Infantry standard and uniform and a sword. What century is it? 16. I don't know, I'm just speaking it randomly. I forgot to find the sewer friend, I'm stupid. Oh my god, wait, I have 3 of them? Oh yeah, I have .50 cal, but without scope. I should have given them then. I didn't know I have 3 extra. Right, bullet. See, I have a lot of bullets, it's fine. Oh, I have 3. Yeah, I need this one. Electric shock on detonation that creates a large electromagnetic pulse. Disrupt electronic systems and even disable certain anomalies. This is what I need, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need a lot more. How do I craft that again? I think there's a blueprint for it, right? EMP nades. What are they called again? EMP device. No EMP device and terracotta this. The sea. Is it gonna rain? The sea? I'll do it again. The night. Do you have EMP device blueprint? Cut down rifle. Fragmentation ID. Homebrew medicine. Shortwave radio. 230. I have one. What's a fragmentation IED? The night, that's dark. The sea, that's water. Irene. I mean, you, right? What's fragmentation IED? Remote detonate an improvised explosive device. Crafted from 2 fragmentation rocket. Use shortwave radio to detonate. Is the sound when picked up? Oh, it's a remote bomb. Yeah, look at Breen. Oh. Breen, very cool. You guys cannot hear the Steve noises anymore. I have separated the audio. Pepino eyes? Uh-oh. Why did it lock? Okay. Oh, that actually looks really cool. Like, you just make it seem crazy. No? Missing? Oh my god, it's a missing texture. Help. Alright, which one got locked? Is the one down there? Oh my god, why would you lock? Come on, open up. Well, there's no EMP device. I just don't know how to make it.
Rose.
Maybe if I bring in the copper wire, I would know. I'm pretty sure I saw that thing a few times. Maybe with this as well. No, it's cold. It's coilbolt. Wait. Do you think 3 is enough? I don't think 3 is enough, but I don't. Let's just find sewer friend then. How many blue mushroom? 5. I think 3 exchanges for 1. 3 blue. What the heck? What the heck? 3 blue, 1 golden for 1 love blue. Oh, someone was being stinky.
Oh, hello.
Whoa.
Another time.
Whoa,
What are you
wait.
looking at?
Do I have something for you too? Oh, that sound is. Give me bullet.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, there's more bird noises now. Ooh.
I'll see you around.
Hello there. Sorry, I can't help.
For free. There's a lot of weird noises going on. Anyways, we're gonna go find sewer friend, and then we're gonna try to use maybe 3 of that EMP device and see how far can we go. Hopefully throughout all the way. I should get drunk. Oh, wait, Red Rook? That's one of the... That's one of the tarot card. So maybe Red Rook is to add freelancers... reputation? Dicky. Yeah, I'm not too crazy now. Right, that should be good. Let's go to Cistern. Exchange for one love balloon? I wish I could get more blue mushroom, but I just don't know where I can get them. Holy shit, they're just spamming. Is there a .45 gun? Why are they shooting it? That's a lot of bullets being fired. Oh. Freelancers being shot at? God damn. Oh my god, they're bringing the big gun now. No wonder it hurts. Oh, I don't know where they're going. Me though, I'm going to Cistern. Uh-oh. Ow. Key? Warehouse office key? Small office in a warehouse at Crossroads. A what? Warehouse? I didn't know that key was there. I didn't know. It's the first time I saw that key. I always just use lockpicks. Where's the warehouse though? At Crossroads? Oh, is it like inside that building? There's like a locked door? And then that's the warehouse? Inside the place where there's always insurrectionists inside. Must be that one. Still a kid. Oh, I wish just yeah, either lockpick or just fucking A crowd about that shit. Maybe sure you get the wrench for Simi? Yeah. That's the place. I didn't know that's a warehouse. I didn't know the key exists too. It sells for dirty money, you know. But I like keys, so I'm not gonna like discard them. The keys are pretty shiny, so yeah. Are we heavy? We are very heavy. We have a good gun here, no? Hurry, such a low stake quest that no one bothers looking for a key? Yeah. But I was just looking around, it's like, ooh, key. What the fuck is that gun? That gun sounded very scary. Oh, jellyfish. Also, give me a second. I wanna check my phone. Are you the port out request? Your request to switch to another network is being processed. It's sent at 2:16 p.m. You suck. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come on, I want to port out. Dum dum. Well, guess I'm gonna wait for longer. It's okay. I need to constantly check my phone. I don't want to miss the request again. Also, that's a lot of jellyfish. I don't think I like that. I don't think I want to just jump down as well. I think I just announced my presence. Oh shit. That's not mine. Oh, are you coming up? This is what the jellyfish does? Oh yeah, I see that. Okay. Unlucky. Unlucky to be the homunculus. Ooh. I don't need that. I have night vision. Oh, the TV still works? I guess the TV works without plugging in any power source, huh? What if Columbo is on? What's a Columbo? You know, I have a feeling that that's not normal. Oh, I don't want to go down water. Old detective TV show? Oh! I didn't really watch TV shows back then. There's no need to lockpick this? What? How do I even get to the other side? Oh. Oh, it's Fat Tuna King. Hey. Oh, Kobo. Just kind of want to stretch. Sorry. Welcome in. Oh my god. Hi, Fat Tuna King and Cobalt friend. Slay the Spire 2? Oh my god. I haven't played Slay the Spire 2 at all yet. I haven't even got the game yet, but I have Vampire Chronos. Welcome in. I hope Slay the Spire 2 was fun. Been a while since I had a chance to raid here, so I took my chance. Thank you. Thank you. It's always nice to see another kobold. Oh, I think you're a kobold, right? Hi, DJ Dragon. Peek. I'm being looked at. By a dragon? Oh my god. Welcome in, raiders. If you don't know who I am, I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I play fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. You fish? Oh, Tuna King's a fish. Collect with Bucky the Core Keeper. Switch to Slay the Spire. Nice, nice. No, I'm a kobold. I do. Oh, I do think you're a kobold. Yeah. Tuna fish. And fish is kinda delicious though. Stinky. Stinky. No. Well, if you need any post-stream care, definitely gonna go do them. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink. And Kobo appreciates the raid. Thank you. I should raid you sometime as well, but the stream time the stream time goes wait. Oh yeah, I mean, if I'm jumping down to water, can I just jump down from here? If I jump down, touch the water, I should not be dead, right? I mean, this is good enough. Ah! Next week, show the chance. Planning to do a 24/7 streaming. Oh my goodness, that's a very long time stream. And make sure to take care of yourself too. I had a chance to do like 1 or 2 times 18-hour stream. I almost died. Okay, that's an exaggeration. I didn't die, but it was very it was very like it was up there. I already did the 24 once. Oh my goodness. Well, Tuna King very strong. I cannot handle 18-hour. It's late. Like I like streaming with all my heart, I do, but to stream for 18 hours or more than that, it might be a little bit too much for me personally. But still, if you enjoy it, if you can do it, more power to you. Heck yeah. If I have a chance, I'll heckin' raid you next time. Gonna raid to under the bold. I think I can just go find a super friend now. Is it... I hate water. Sewer friend? You come back. You trade. Let's trade. Door tools. Oh my god, wait, 1 mushroom for 1 lockpick? I didn't even realize. 1 mushroom for AP? Oh my god. 1 red mushroom for AP. Big hurt kaboomers. Kaboomers. I want a love balloon. Yeah, I was right. Floater. Thank you, silver friend. Oh, I can get red coin here as well. Shit. Okay. I want the red squares. I have like 17 gold mushroom left, I think. Silver friend is love. Silver friend is definitely love. Oh, you can get gas grenade with this. Shit. Incendiary. Kaboomers is nice. That's 16 kaboomers. When I go to sleep and leave my sleepy chat with you, have a nice time streaming. Thank you, Tuna King. Thanks again for the raid. Have a good EP. Gosh, I love you too. I love you. Oh my god, this Sewer King. Sewer friend. Sewer King? Sewer friend. My brain doesn't work as well. Don't worry about it. Oh. No. Oh. Now I loaf. Oh my god, a cobalt loaf? It's Sewer King. He might be Sewer King actually. And fall to the side.
Good girl.
Me. You come back to trade? Sorry, no trading today. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. We got Luftbrunner. I'm still so heavy. Oh my god. Why am I so thick? Why am I so thick? Oh yeah, I have a gun here. It's a good trade value, but I feel like I'm not really trading things here. You know what, sewer friend? Take this. You deserve something nice. You might want some bullet with this too. It's not much, but I'll give 20. No. Bye bye, sewer friend. We've got this. Should we try tackling lab PDO too? Maybe with the flare nade it works as well. If the red flare doesn't work, I hope the flare nade helps. Or works. Let me change back to this one. Here we go. It's some... Oh. Oh, I see it. Just bring me there, fuck it. Why would you hit me twice and you did? Who hit you? Thanks for the adaptation. Oh, wow. Oh, gunshots. There was a homunculus shooting the heckin' shotgun. Uh-oh. 71308? 71038? Oh fuck, I'm the best. Okay, let's change the helmet. I hate this place, but it is what it is. There. Let's hope this works. So if I cannot see the Shadow Man, I'm not too sure what to do. So context, that's the Shadow Man. So when I shine my light on it, you can see that thing over there. If I touch it, I take mental damage. So yeah, that doesn't work. A flare doesn't work. I don't know. I don't know what to do, man. It flickers. Maybe I can see it for a little bit. Okay, here I must have some. I couldn't see it because of the flare nade. Unlock the... What? What did I do? Wait, what do you mean unlock the key card? What I'm not even there. Hello game? Is it my inner demon that went there and opened up the gate? It must be, isn't it? Okay, so let me try if this works, okay? I sure hope it works. Give me a second. We do need... Oh, maybe if I can destroy that thing actually? Like this thing? Boo. No. How close do I have to be? So the shadow monster is here. Yep, I see it. So oh. Ow! Oh shit, that thing doesn't work. I have to wait for this flare nade to go out. Go out! How long would you take? I couldn't grab this thing. I think I can see. Okay, there we go. Okay, I see one. This is safe. Front. Oh, I just need to go in front for a little bit. Oh, not anymore. Anything here? And sorry for the flashing lights. Epilepsy warning. Okay, if you are feeling if you are feeling nauseous, unwell, please don't look at the stream. All right. This is important stuff. Take care of yourself. All right. And sorry for the flashing light. I just couldn't do anything about it. It's the game's design. I think I see one. I don't think Lighter can see the shadow monster. I think there's no... Yeah, no here. Okay, okay. Okay, we do a test, right? We know there's one here. Lighter can see it! Oh, thank you! Okay, okay, so if lighter is good, lighter is good. Lighter can see it very, very clearly. Look at that. I hate this place. I know, yeah, I most likely been here before. I still hate it. Nice here. Tasty kobo on my phone. Wait. No, I don't want to get eaten. Alright, we good? Are we good? Huh. Is it just me or is it a lot lesser now? Hope Sia is doing good. Is Sia a dragon? I think Sia a dragon. I'm trying to like really focus if I can see the shadow monster. I think the EMP device should work. Let me try throwing it in the proper way this time. Maybe there? I think that's pretty close. Oh, it hurt my own light. Wait, it worked! It disabled it. I just had a bad throw just now. What the fuck? No. What the heck? Are you not disabled? Huh, guess you're not disabled. I thought I was cool. They just disabled the lightning, I think. But it doesn't disable the EMP. I guess we go there. Do I go there first? It looks like it could be there because of the lightning, but I want to go here and see. Oop. Wait. Wait. Oh. Oh, that's a little shadow monster. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be EM. Didn't even get to finish my save keys. Guess I have to take it slow here. Oh, oh, that's nice. I'm relatively sure they don't move. Unless they do, then They took the bullet though. Did they? No, they didn't. Okay. I hate this thing. Also hope Swift is doing good. I forgot if I said that already. Are we safe? I'm gonna assume there's not going to be any... Oh, this one is broken. Is it this thing that's causing the... It must be. Maybe I can destroy that thing instead. I was destroying the wrong thing. Looks like my... Miami apartment after my spider friend moved in. Oh my god. Oh, it's E621. Can I go to E621 from here? No? No, we just perma-locked. Okay. I don't like that sound. I hate that sound actually. Is it not that thing? It is. Think we did it? Left PDO2! Okay, we did it. Are we safe? Ugh, hate that place. Oh? Hmm? There's not gonna be something like the flying cultist thing anymore, right? I hated that thing. That's very bright. Is someone there? Oh, what did it sound like, Rave? Hi, Kairis Kiria. Oh. Yeah, it is a rave. See that? Why is there a rave here? What? Hope you're doing good, Kairis Kiria. Welcome, welcome. Can I open this up? I have a key card. Do I want to find a rave now? I could explode it with my grenade. Yeah, it's rave. You saw that? Why? If I die now, shit. I don't know. I don't know. How far back can I run? If I run back here, is it good? If I run back here, I'll run out here. I think there should be enough range to kill that thing. We do a hug grenade, and then we're just gonna... Is that my port out request? It is, it is! Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm doing the port out thing. What? I'm being skemazzed. What do you mean? The current amount due is 44.90. Last time I missed it, it says 42.05. 42 ringgit 5 cents, and now it's 44 ringgit 90 cents. I'm getting scamassed. Oh, fuck you, Cellcom. I'm so glad I got all of you. Your bullshit. Alright. I'm paying it. Pay within 2 hours. Search hot bill on Cellcom Digi website to pay. So it has to be Cellcom Digi's website. I'm doing it now. I'm sorry. In the meantime, I'm gonna open up some music here. Alright. I'll still be here. So just don't die easy. I mean, you're right. Alright, you guys cannot look at my screen, so it's fine. Cellcom Digi. I never trust Google's sponsored result anymore. Hot bill. We're sorry to see you go. You've been scamassed. You've been scamming, you fuck. Wanted me to pay more, no? Outstanding bills? Okay, mobile number. Pop, 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 pop. I'm paying it. OTP? Yeah, I'm being totally scanned by Cellcom. God damn it. It used to be it used to be 42 ringgit, now it's 45 essentially. It's 44.90. Pay bill. Online banking? No, I'll just do card. Easy. I'm just making sure you guys can look at my screen, it's fine. I'll do it on my other screen. Just in case. It's so fucked up that Google just saves the number of credit card information and stuff. But I remember my own, like, information. I can just type it down. I'm sorry for doing this now. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to miss the request period again. Right, proceed. No. Alright, I'm doing it. You can disable that. I need to disable that. That function gives me anxiety. I hate it. Cellcom 44. Okay. Alright, transaction approved. That's another 14 ringgit gone. Oh. Fuck. It's okay. I'm downloading this receipt just in case they try to like bother me or some shit. And then I can always have the receipt. Alright, hot B. Okay, we have the receipt. Check the PDF file. Yeah, yeah. Payment? Mm-hmm. 2190 for one number? Yep, okay. Everything looks good. Alright, we paid for it. Now we just wait for the pull-out request to finish. Alright. Alright, back at the game. I'm closing, I'm switching off, I'm closing the music again. Alright, we're gonna 1HE that thing, and then we're gonna spam the shit out of them with this FMJ rifle. I'm gonna run back here when I get hit. That was a break. Oh, you cannot come here? Oh no! Wait, you cannot come here? Oh, unfortunate for you. Well, 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 well. Do I have the reaction time? There was a flick shot, but there was a very slow one. Oh my god. I'm just cheating. I am such a cheater. Oh my god, what was that? GG easy no re, alright. That was good, that was good, that was good. MLG, I know, right? Mama, get the camera! Ooh, baby, triple! MR01? No, not locked. Is it stinky in here? I'm not coughing. I'm coughing now. Alright, I need my Revenant helmet. Boom. Night vision it is. I was hoping that I can just torchlight this. Hmm? These are terrible stuff. Ooh, let's try easy. Ow. Fire's there, I don't like it. Oh. They're giving me a row of wrench. Do I need a wrench for something? Oh, I have the thing. Oh. Oh my god, it affects everything around? Oh, are they perma like this now? I broke it. Oh! I'll be right back then. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be there. MR05? Flush? Flush what? Ah, the wrench. That explains it. Alright, where the wrench is. Here's one. Yeah, fire bed. Do I have a wrench? Really? You can go through doors? I mean, I guess you're just over fire, but still. It's working? Nice. I don't know what flushing does. Should I even do that? Should I even flush? Uh-huh. Are you working? Are you sure you're working? I'm just flushing. Oh. Well, my ears were bleeding, but I don't know what I did. That's probably bad. I don't know what I did. Well, I'm pretty sure that did something, but not my problem. I mean, the fire is still here. What does it even do? Should I even flush? Combo 2026. Did you know you can exclamation mark at quote as one word and then quote what I said? Yeah, that's a thing actually. When I say some dumb fuck shit, then you can do the quote thing. Oh, I don't like that black square. I should, you know what? Yeah, I'm doing this. I want, because when I'm not stable, the black square will chase me down. Oh. What am I trying to do here? Oh. There's a thing that can go down. Do I go down? I mean, I guess if I'm trying to find the drill, I have to go down, question mark? Maybe? I'm so confused. Are you the drill though? I got something. I mean, that looked like the drill, I think. Are you the drill? prototype. Oh, you are! Oh my god, I don't need to, like... You use ether more efficiently. That's so good. Why do I want to... Why do I even want to give to them? Am I using ether? No. Is that good? Yeah. But still, do I have to go down? Hmm. I mean, it's getting scary. Can I see what's down there? Oh, it's just under the black square. Beyond black square is... Oh! Isn't that from another... That's also from another cave. The purple shiny thing. Yeah, it's the purple shiny thing. But I have to go through a black square, which is gonna take my mental away again. And I think the purple square hurts when I get close to it too. Maybe I need to come back here at some point, just not now. Yeah, maybe. Let's get back. So I don't know what flushing does. It didn't even do anything. Hi Fluffy. Oh my god, Dragon. Hi Dragon. I'm stable, what do you mean? I'm so stable, it's beyond belief. Oh. Help. E. Safety systems. Prolonged downtime between activations of the test drill have been known to cause build-ups in electrostatic anomalies. In order to safely maintain the equipment, engineers must first perform an electromagnetic flush of the whole facility using the turbo dynamo located in the lower machines room. Oh, I did the right thing. Functions. Machine room entrance, test chamber entrance, test chamber lights, main lab entrance, turbo dynamo room entrance, storage room 6 entrance. Oh, SR6 is the rave. That's a storage room? MEO4? LTO3? Oh, that wasn't right. Oh, that was right. The lights are stable now. What is that door? Yeah, these are the things that I already went through. Should have come up here first. It's okay though. I think we did everything we need. We found the prototype drill head. Guess I have to go through that shadow monster thingy again. Is there no fast travel out of here? Oh my god, if I die now, shit. No, if I die now, I will be so pissed. Oh. I see nothing though. I'm completely stable and then you still do that shit to me. That was nothing, by the way. Like, fuck me. So no more EMP at least? no more shadow monsters as well. That's nice. This one didn't open. Yeah, there's no more shadow monsters anymore. That's nice. Oh, I came from there. I haven't been there yet. That in? Oh my god, the... Ooh. Oh shit, there are people here now. Oh, they cannot move because of the anomaly. Oh, unfortunate to be them. Oh my god. There's 3 of them. It should be over. There's no more lights. So, you guys are? Ah. They're using pistols? That's unfortunate. You have pistols and you come here? What? Oh my god, the sun is shining directly in my face and I couldn't see anything. Let me change. Oh yeah, there. Okay. They got stuck here because they don't want to get hit by the anomaly. Oh my god, there's 5 of them. These are the ones that are packing the good stuff too. Oh my god, crazy. I want this, I want this. .4, put on that. $700, type 15, security SMG. No. Man, it sure feels nice without anomaly. Oh. Are you guys not together? Oh, is it the first? Is this the first one that I shot? What did I shoot? Hen? Hen? Oh, they died to this thing. So when I flush out all the anomalies, enemies start to spawn in? And crazy that I didn't even hear the gunshots. Oh yeah, chat. I think I want to. I want to. While people are still here, tomorrow I won't be streaming for a good reason actually. Tomorrow I finally get to hang out with a friend of mine, which I haven't been doing for the longest time, and now that we both have time, I kind of want to hang out with them tomorrow, so because of that, I won't be streaming tomorrow. It's a little bit of a selfish reason, but yeah, I finally get to hang out with him, and hang out with them, and I feel very happy about it. Happy cobbled noises. So yeah, because of that, there will be no streams tomorrow. But of course, I'll also say this on my Discord so that people would know. Yeah, there's just no more Shadow Monster. No more nothing. The first one is here. It's not here anymore. Well, that was fun. We found the prototype drill head. It's time to get back. Oh, let me check. There was a message I didn't see. There was not a message that I didn't see. Okay. Wow, all hell breaks loose. What the heck? Let's join them.
Don't let them escape!
Unfortunate. What was that? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Good job, me. I have the upper hand and I lost and I missed every shot. I feel like there should be more stuff here, but I think all of them got blown off. Down there maybe? Okay, chat. Give me a second. I'm gonna go close the curtain. It's too bright. Funny to think that it was raining just about an hour ago. And then the harsh sunlight comes in. Almost immediately. It's fine. Wait. Okay. Now I can see properly. Kind of. But I can though. Whoa, the good stuff. They're all packing the good stuff. That's crazy. Oh no, I think all of this stuff dropped. There was a lot of scavengers. Well, we got a bunch of new loot, so I'm not gonna complain. Whoa. think it's time to buy more clean bandage. Bandage. What's that? Yeah, that sounds like homunculus. Does this hurt? I assume that's a kinetic damage. I only resist 30% kinetic damage? Yeah, no. I wanted to just power through this, but I don't think that's a good idea. At least that feels satisfying. I'm sorry, I just... I have to. I wanna feel good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god, not clear. I'm stuck. Okay, I'm not stuck anymore. Oh. Bubble wrap. Close enough. I like that feeling. Wow. Homunculus. Down there, I think. Nice night vision, you bitch. They're homunculus, I guess that makes sense. Nice. There was no deaths. GG easy. GG. Fucking hell. Don't make me give offshore or you will die. Hope you had fun shooting at me. I almost shot them. Blame your shit aim, haha. I guess no harvesting from them. It would be nice if we can harvest something from them. What? I don't know, but something. Don't look up. You know, saying they're just gonna make me look up, right? Okay, I'm not looking up. 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 Okay. I don't know what was that. I hear someone whispering in my ear, and I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Oh my god. Flare sucks. Like, Flare can even look at the shadow monster. Kappa face. I still don't know why I looked at though. Okay, don't look up, don't look up. We look at the ground. Just like a kobold, when a kobold looks at the dragon, we look at the ground.
Sounds like a plan.
What was that? Is that the thing? Yeah, that's a sound, right? I saw something on the sky, like a tree orb thing.
Hello there.
I'm scared. Is it gonna kill me? Oh, I forgot. That's good enough. Actually, I don't need that. Actually, I want that.
Maybe next time.
Thank you. I want to trade. I want thread. Give a thread. Thread.
Hello and welcome.
Wait.
Yeah, I can do that.
Celery Fox, thank you. Also welcome. Hope you're doing good. Give thread. I have things. Where did it go? I have things. I want the thread. Okay. Remember, when I hear that sound, never look up. Because when I look up, I hear some fucking whisper noises. I don't think I like that. No. I don't want the whisper noises. I hate them. The fuck? I was trying to find you all this time. Hi.
Oh, hello.
I want this, thank you very much. Hi, Celery. Welcome, welcome. Why do you not like everything that I have?
Another time.
Let's pick it up.
Someone's in a hurry.
Ooh, cute, cute.
This way.
5. Okay, you might need more. Oh.
Perhaps another time.
Thank you. Oh, I traded with them. Wait. I realized something. Don't look, That, wait, I remember. I can offer things to that thing, right?
Wait, what was that?
I can offer things to that flying, weird looking orb thing. That's not new, I think. I have a slight memory of those things. I think. I'm not too sure. It might be a different thing though. I don't know. Can I look at the thing before? Oh, are you here? Oh. Nice shot, asshat. I almost died. I need loot. It sure feels like they were packing the good stuff. I mean, they only hit me like once or twice. Oh, it is the good stuff.
Piss off. Hey!
Thanks for telling me to piss off so that I can shoot you in the face. Oh my god, they're all packing the good stuff. Bear with me, I'm walking at 29% speed here. But they all have the good stuff though. Maybe it's time to try and sell them for money so that I can sell them for money so that I can, you know, pay my debts and shit. Yeah, I should totally do that. I'm drinking, asshole. A bunch of assets. As much as I want to go back there, I'm too heavy. No one can stop me from getting more shiny. I am running. Shiny. Kobo one shiny. Wait. Oh my god, they are picking the good stuff. Fuck. It's 1200 though. The one that I threw away was 1300. Shotgun? Unfortunate. Alright, thanks for the dog tag. Is it funny that I feel like I crouch walk faster than I run? Or similar speed, I feel like? I'll just do crouch walk because running takes a lot of hunger right now. I've been told that over encumbrance also affects hunger drain rate. Get fucked. What kind of gun is that? That doesn't look like a good gun, I think. Yeah. Alright, go back. Maybe I should take back the 1300 money gun. This one. Mine. Oh, don't worry about it. Revolutionary. Wonder if there's some good stuff to trade. I mean, I always love trading for like the special ammo at this point. Since I'm currently at like maybe mid to end game, I think. I think I'm close to mid game, I feel like. Hello.
Hi.
I'm sure it's fine. Everything costs too much though.
Perhaps another time.
They're just laughing at me because I'm so slow. This walking speed is fine. We're almost at observatory. We are good. We're fine. I don't think I'm using pistols anymore, honestly. I'm kinda using this pistol for the sake of extra light source, maybe? I'm running. Oh yeah. It's time for tarot cut. Matthew? That looks like something YouTube hates. What does that do? Matthew? It doesn't make me lose health. Does it?
Hi there.
Oh, dragon.
Later.
Not my fault.
Hello.
If a dragon, I like it.
What are you looking at?
Maybe next time.
Is there something wrong with the game or something? What? I don't know what happened. Nice.
Sounds good.
Ooh, yes.
See you around.
They don't really have like the big stuff to trade.
Hello there.
Again? Lots of anomaly this session.
Whatever.
Oh. Oh, good thing I'm not outside. I think I'm gonna steal the guns that I have from Monday. Running good. Oh. Oh, we're gonna check two more. Kobo is slowly becoming a hoard there. Kobo just hoards a bunch of stuff now. I think bullet-wise are still looking good. So we did one mission today. Oh yeah, we did this one. We have to go back to Dr. Mosby. Okay, this thing is 10 kilogram. I just realized. Wait. I'm gonna take a bunch of this bullet. Actually, I'm gonna take a bunch of these bullets. Like a heck bunch. For the sake of trading the last two people here.
Someone's in a hurry.
Dragon. I'll take this one.
Another time.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
Keep walking.
overshot. Let's go find Dr. Mosby. Wow, there's this thing going around still. Money, where 50k? Debt, where I want to try and pay off the debt. I'll play this character off stream, and then once I'm close to paying off the debt, and then I'll just open up stream, or like the next day that I stream, and then I'll pay off the debt together and see what's going on. Maybe there's nothing, but it's like occasion for celebration, I think. But now though, let's go to Dr. Mosby. I have lightning resistance, so I think we're good, no? With arc, with resistor. 30% electric, that's pretty good. Oh, it's finished anyway. Alright, let's go. Lucky. The red lightning just kills you, even with lightning resistance? Shit. Aww. Wait. Yeah, I got lucky. Maybe I should try and get zapped a few times. It's also like a shortcut. Oh, wiki. Haven't been here for a while. This place is pretty safe. This place is like 90% revolution. Oh! And revolution is pretty cool because revolution has dragons and I love dragon. These things are just chasing me down.
Oh my god, can you stop simping?
But there's no dragon. Golden! Oh my god, hi Fang! It's been a long time. Hope Fang is doing good. Welcome. That was jump scare. Malzino should jump scare, but it's less of a jump scare for me now because it's Malzino. How you been? Pretty okay, I would say. Pretty okay. Someone opened the door. And by someone, I mean that's my inner demon that opened the door. Malzino's just some scare. Yeah, it kind of is, but at the same time, I love Malzino so much that I don't think it's a jump scare as much anymore. It's almost like I want Malzino to smooch me. Wow, it's getting hot in here. Weird. Been too long, I forgot Malzino. What? I forgot. Oh, Malzino does the scaring. Yeah. I love Malzino. I'm gonna just run. If I get shot, I'll shoot back. Money. I wanna see something. I wanna see if there's something in the middle. Uh-oh. Because I remember my first artifact was in that middle of a crater. But then it doesn't seem to be spawning anymore, question mark? My god, the place with loot is just all fire. Wait, dragon. Malzino is so cool.
Oh, hey.
Lab E621? I don't need that. Hmm? Oh.
Keep walking. Hello there.
543. 543. I have 230? Uh-oh.
See you around.
Hello. I understand.
Hmm. 2 million or 10k. 2 million, but I will never be able to trade with red anymore, with revolutionary. Like, they're my enemies as well if I were to like give the prototype drill head to broker. I don't know. 2 million is so tempting. I mean, even this thing costs 3,200, and then Dr. Mosby is only gonna give me 10k money. 10k money plus a hazard suit. Like, how much is it gonna cost? 2,200, 2,600? If a hazard suit costs 22,000, then maybe. But chances are low that a hazard suit is going to cost 2,200. Oh, sorry, 22,000. Right? If it costs 22,000, that would be amazing, actually. Fine, fine, I'll give it to you. God damn it. 5,200. Like, it's shit too. High-tech and heavy-duty has up gear built to withstand direct radiation. And it's 40% radiation. Also resistant to fire, electric shock, acid, and the unit even has a small built-in climate control system. Climate control system? Like, it's minus 3% camouflage, minus 60% noise reduction. People are gonna hear me from 10,000 kilometers away. Like, what the heck? Ugh, I don't know if it's worth. Black Mamba, Reaper, BR61, 10k 800. Bolt action combat sniper with night vision scope. So night vision is huge here, it seems. It doesn't look that strong.
Oh,
jeez.
jeez.
It doesn't look that strong, actually. Well, we did that. We're only left with standard issue and buried treasure, but I have something in mind that I want to do. So let's go to the storage space here. We're gonna bring out our koi gun and we're gonna travel to South Bend. We're traveling to South Bend. Breithawk Omega Dragon. Hi Breithawk Dragon. Hello, hello. Many dragon butt. And the 65 stream strike. Oh my god, thank you. Oh, Breithawk is doing good. Oh, that thing is gone. I love this thing. This thing is so jank. Come again. Oh, that's a shiny.
Back up. Hello, man.
Alright. Yeah, that's just my mental noises. Okay, let's put these in. And then these as well. Half of these. Oh shit. One grenade. Storing that. Store these. Put these. Looking good. Eat some more food. What? I'm good. Thank you. Hope you're well too. I'm doing much better than this morning, definitely. Heck yeah. A little bit of stuff happened this morning, but it was like something that has been happening for the past few months. I'll be fine, I promise. Also the pufferfish. I love the pufferfish. Sad that it explodes though. Looks painful. Anyways, oh, grab the coil gun. More pufferfish. How is this gun only 430 money, whereas the only gun that shoots 50 cal bullets? I don't see any other gun that shoots 50 cal bullets. Two of these. Where's the coil gun? Oh, there's the coil gun. So let's go to South Bend and upgrade that gun real quick. While we are passing through Goldwood Forest, let me check. Is it the port out request? No, it's not. What are you posting though? Oh. Since we are passing through Goldwood Forest, it's time to cause another carnage. I wonder if I can shoot down a helicopter. Right, now that I know how to shoot down a helicopter, right? Oh, wait. I want to try something. I want to try something so hard. I'm gonna temporarily put away this gun. I mean, how big? Right? How big is a helicopter? Am I right? Can it withstand a 50 cal? I'll bring like 50. I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't even have a chance to shoot 50 bullets, but still. And Kobo gonna shoot everything down. Yeah, we have one blue signal flare. I could bring one more. Imagine shooting one down. If I can shoot one down, I'll shoot two down. Just to send a message. Right, here we go. Let's travel the Goldwood Forest first. Oh, meat. That's the sound of my inner demon. No more inner demon? I'm gonna run away from my inner demon. It's nighttime. I should bring my night vision helmet. Should have brought more bullet actually. I mean, I have a lot of this bullet, but there's only one bullet per shot. If I remember correctly, I've been told that 50 cal bullet doesn't have any drop off, any fall off, I think. Wait. I wish to have a 50 cal bullet gun that has a scope. Maybe South Bend can upgrade? Wait, maybe I can upgrade the gun. Shit. And then I can use a 50 cal bullet after. Oh my god. Did I just hear like fudge? Someone said fudge.
Move back.
I guess I am in kind of a bright place. Whoa. Okay, it's not working this way. Mine. I'm the best. 2 bullets straight at the head. Bullet. I guess I didn't do much of a mid-end game thing today. Night vision is such a difference. It's almost time to cause some carnage. Day 46? Who the fuck? What hit me? What touched me? Nothing touched me though. What happened? What? Well, that was weird. I don't know what happened, but okay. That was just the most random psychic damage of all time, I feel like. Oh, wait. We have gas, right? Gas. Right. Green gas. Boom. We throw blue, and then we're gonna shoot a few gas nades in there. Right, are we close enough? I think this is good enough. We're gonna throw... Oh, it's that sound. Okay, don't look up. Gonna throw it here. And then we're gonna... I didn't look up. Yes, sir. One more. Oh wait, I forgot to shoot them down. Ah, shit. I was too occupied to like shooting gas nades. No. That's unfortunate. It's okay. We have one more. We can send another one in. Hey, we need more reinforcements. Where's my inner demon? It's there. I think it just triggered the lightning anomaly. Guess it's working rather well. Okay, don't look up, don't look up, don't look up. Look up? No, I already been hit a few times. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Hate that sound. Oh. Hey, that's pretty good. I hear whispers. I genuinely hate that thing with a passion. Like, mental damage is one thing. That piece of shit noises needs to go. Like, shit's scary at first, and then it's just like 200,000% annoying after. I saw one nearby. Don't look up, it's so hard. The internet is saying, hi, don't be rude. I'm not rude, they are being rude, they are blowing my eardrums. Like, I can't hear shit, it's just... Whoa, 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 whoa. Like, I can't hear anything anymore because of that. I need to shoot that thing. I mean, I'm already in a good spot. I'm already in a good spot. Oh wait, I need to send another helicopter down here. But I cannot really shoot the helicopter down when I cannot look up, right? Maybe I'll try on the other map. I could go to South Bend and then come back again. It's not that far. I saw someone just now. I know there's one in the trading post. Watch this dunk. Shit! Oh hey, it's an EMP device. Ooh, the good stuff. Actually, 1300 is pretty good. Give it to me. Was it not you? That thing is just being mega annoying. Ooh, landmine. Alright, let's leave, let's leave. Do. If I follow the railroad, it should be southbound. I wanna shoot down a helicopter in Project Silverfish. I mean, I already did once in that bridge, remember? And that one I did it with the 3006 bullet, but now that I have a 50 cal gun, why not give it a try? Maybe one shot at the flying blades that they're gonna fall down, I'm pretty sure. I'm rather sure if you shoot at the flying at the spinning blades, it's gonna fall down like 100%. Because that's what I did with the 3006. So I wanna give it a try. Oh, it's almost morning. That's mega bright. I may have missed the chance. We can look up now? Okay. Already? I didn't do shit. Might as well. Wait. Okay, we hide. And then when the helicopter comes here. Where's the helicopter? Oh, where's the helicopter? My plan! You pussy, why would you start from there? Oh. Ooh. You're trying to shoot there with a handgun? You're crazy. Where? I'm jumping. You're gonna shoot me, but I'm gonna find you. Finally. This will always be my favorite pastime. This is how you farm bullet. If you want more bullet, just bring a blue signal flare, bring it to Goldwood Forest, and watch all hell breaks loose. It's a fun pastime activity. No complaints. Alright, I guess we're going to South Bend for real this time. I already used up 2 of my signal flares. The rest is in my storage, so... Hey, we could try again next time. We have a 50 cal gun, so... I'm like 100% sure, or okay, maybe 75% sure that I can shoot down a helicopter, right? Like, the thing is, I already did with 3006 gun. Did you just chase me down? What the... You weren't even there, what? The game is getting more and more fucked up by the minute. Like, the black circle isn't even there, and then it just did the thing. Shit. I'll come back and I'll loot the locker and I'll go back to observatory. Again? It's chasing me. Yeah, like I mentioned. Like, this one is very non-obvious. But yeah, it's chasing me down, this one. So when my mental state is like fragile as fuck, right? Those black circles would chase me down. Normally they would just stay in place, but when I'm weak, it would just chase me down. Like it would just straight up move. It would just straight up move to where you are. I saw that happen a few times. So since I'm going to South Bend, I'm gonna keep my mental weak because I think the mannequin thing only happens in South Bend, which is kind of weird, but it's fine. I think we can also sell guns in the South Bend Armory. It's at some corner of the place, if I remember correctly. So if I came from here, Goldwood Forest, South Bend. Oh, I'm really close? If I keep walking straight, then I should be able to see this. Turn right? So first road, turn right to see the armory, I think. I'm pretty sure this place is also infested with NFPAs. I think. Apparently it's also infested with fucking insurrectionists. How funny the moment I decide to run this insurrectionist here. What are you using?
It's better to stay hidden.
You know, you could stay hidden, but you just had to talk. You just had to talk. Did you know how strong it is to just stay hidden when you're going against me, because my eyesights are actually shit, so hey, unlucky. This is 1.2 kilogram, 250? I'll take it. I think I'm close to the armory already. There's like a big line that says armory. Many loot. Oh, that's a pig. I want meat. Nice. Leroy and Sons. Oh yeah, trading post. I have things. Actually, I forgot to bring toolkit. I only, oh my god, I only have one. Hello. Upgraded coil gun. Let me check if there's a 50 cal bullet gun.
Over here, we find... Hey, don't annoy that line. It's dangerous.
Oh, I can upgrade my 50 cal gun. Oh, we can upgrade this. The coil gun. Hold down trigger to charge a more powerful shot. It's upgraded. There's a laser as well. I didn't bring the coil ammo. Unless you have some.
Report upstairs, 12 o'clock. Very important. Report upstairs, 12 o'clock. Very important.
Oh my god, you have unlimited 50 cal bullet. That's insane.
I wonder what the big shot was.
Well, I lost 9k, but I got some money back, I guess. I'm sure that's the... I'm out of my mind noises. Alright, weight still looking okay. I don't think I have a copper wire enough bolt to make one. Yeah. Aww. I don't think there's a storage area here, right? I don't think there is. Wait, it's already 6 p.m? No. Shit, I might have to stop here. No, I'm missing so many things. Am I taking it too slow? Fuck it, I'll play more on Saturday. Fuck it, alright. I'll play more on Saturday, and I'll try to farm for some stuff on, like, when I'm off stream, if I get to play Padre. If I get some spare time to play the game, I will do some, like, non-spoilery things. I mean, something that, like, it's kind of like mundane task, right? Something like trying to make some new stuff, but no, trying to, I don't know actually. I'll just try to get more ammo and shit, right? I'll try not to, like, spoil myself off stream, so yeah. Let me just quit this one for now. I'm gonna need to prepare for the ball game tonight. Hi Juno, I came in late? No, it's not late. I mean, you still caught the end of my stream, and I think that's pretty nice. I think. Like, it's better than nothing. Hey. Boop. Wait. Whoa, Celeste is still streaming? Of course we're gonna rate her. Oh my god, finally got a chance to. Alright. I'm gonna rate Celeste real quick. Because I don't want to, like, I don't know when, I don't know how long she'll keep streaming. Alright. It's finally I have a chance to rate. Finally I have a chance to rate Celeste. Oh my god. Right, anyway, I mean, okay, I'm gonna plug my things, like speed plug, okay? So I have coffee. Coffee helps, especially with the bills. Like on top there. Recently I had to, like, port in and port out of the mobile data services and stuff. So yeah, it's that's why I need some extra funds these days. But other than that, yeah, coffee helps. I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there, right? Anything stream related will be on Discord, right? Like that, like something that I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, because tomorrow I want to hang out with a friend of mine, which we haven't hang out in a long time. So yeah, I'll announce this on Discord after, so that people will know, right? So Discord, and also this dragon sipping corner, because I love dragons. And the rate message. We're gonna rate Celeste real quick. There, rate message. And then finally got a chance to rate her. My god. There, I typed in the raid. So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you, right? And here comes the raid to Celeste. I think it's not a secret anymore, right? Did you guys know that Celeste is my mistress? No? Now you know. I need to address her properly. It's not a secret anymore, I think. I mean, there were a few times, where I, it's something that she wants from me, is like address her properly sometimes. So hey, yeah. I'm probably gonna press right now button. So tomorrow I won't be streaming. I'll be back on Saturday where I'll play more. I'll play more Project Silverfish, and probably hopefully we can see some new stuff over there, right? So yeah. Thank you, Bright Talk. And thanks for hanging around too. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I'll see you guys on Saturday. Take care, everyone. And Kobo loves you all. Mwah. Bye, 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 bye. Take care, take care. How about double smooch? Mwah. Bye, bye. Take care. What? Oh no.